Welcome everybody to this commentating from PQ Season 1 Singapore Mindestage in Gjøtteborg, Sweden. My name is Peter Brass and I've been asked to watch these beautiful games and Flesh and Blood play out as we were streaming but we had not the chance to commentate. So let's see some good games. Here in the first round we have Egil N versus Alex M. And it's a big boy, big girl guardian mirror. Ho, ho, ho. We are here for a good time and a long time. And I think it's fitting that they roll the big damage dice. Here we see the equipment of Alex and Egil. And it seems like they are running almost the exact same equipment except Betsy being able to wield the Good Time Chapeau, which is a very good equipment, and I'm struggling to see what type of helmet Alex is wielding, but I'm guessing it's a Crown of Providence, as that is one of the better ones in Guardian that Guardian has available to them. You see here Alex started, considering pitching for Sledge, but deciding not to. In this, so he's triple pitching for an 8 dominate, which I think is a very good start. The opponent have to have a G-react or they're gonna leak damage, and this is gonna be a long game, people. And if you don't have any good arsenal, why not just cash it in? Take the damage. Alex starting off with a quick 5 HP lead. Back to Betsy. Let's see if they can come back. I think this matchup should be Bravo favored, as his hero power will have more text in the late game by just giving straight dominate, and you don't need anything extra. Here we see Egil fire off an erase phase, which is probably a pummel going up to 10. Classic play here. You have the 2 cost, you have to slam the pummel. And let's see if Alex has a direct. No, he just takes it. Evening the odds at 35-35 and has to discard a card. But, here we see kind of a punish by him discarding CYB, which basically gave Alex free 2 resources. He would have been able to use it this turn, but it will only be 2 health, so it's funny to think about that this would kind of help him, as you save him the bother of playing it. And here we see just going straight to defense reaction, blocking out with as big old 7 blocks. But now, since he doesn't have Tunic, he now only elects to go quickly to Arsenal. This is one of the punishment of having a 4-cost weapon, but he got a good react with the pummel in Arsenal. Ooh, here we see Alex pumping it up with a critical crush, cardinal crush, coming in for 11 dominate, and we know Egil doesn't have a direct in Arsenal, so it's gonna be interesting to see how they elect to block it out. I think you just have to accept that you're gonna leak some damage and lose your hand. Here Egil would love to have Tunic on one, so you could at least do something. But he had an E-strike, so you could pray to the gods and just hope that you don't discard the E-strike. But I think the correct play is just to block it for 3. Conserve some HP and just accept that your turn is awful. Surely he won't have a strong turn afterwards. Roll. Usually you roll for 1 to keep. Let's see what the discard is. It's, I think it's the last pummel and a bet big. Egil is definitive on the back foot here. And here another pass. But the nice part of, since this is not an aggro match, losing the tempo is not the most devastating. Ooh, if Alex has the pummel here, this would be huge for him, surely putting him way ahead in the lead. But it might just be CYB. Egil is blocking. Let's see. Oh, yeah. I just saw that, but he was like, no way. But yeah, it was no way. Just the CYB. So a correct block from Egil. Let's see if they can return the favor. So if they have their own CNC, this is a very good... not the best turn to fire it off, as you don't have any arsenal. But at least you know the damage will go through. Here we go. In the Fab community, Swedish always so nice. So Alex just allows to borrow a dice to what's, I assume he is his friend. This we love to see this. Often in Guardian, no, you keep the hammer, my friend. It doesn't go to the grave. Often in Guardian, it can be hard to use your entire hand, so Egil has been struggling to cycle his entire hand to present enough damage. Egil now blocks with a sink blow from hand just to cycle, and Alex passes to play a sigil. He's here to suffer, probably trying to prey on the Auroras that are still very legal. And in this tournament there are only 2 Enigmas, so these big dirty Guardians surely must be a good pick for this tournament. Here you see another erase phase, which doesn't have text, it's just a 2 cost 6 attack. So the punish is not that big. And here goes the pummel. Boom! Back to 10. Let's see, do Alex have the D-react? And even if he doesn't, he is not that sad because he loses cards and they take damage, but now he knows that there's no more red pummels. So he can play a lot more safe. He's even discarding his power card, I'm assuming to keep more blues to swing the hammer. Maybe he has a CYB in his arsenal. So this is either a pummel or a CYB, because I don't think it makes sense to... or I can be totally wrong, it is a sigil. Because if it was a blue card, surely he would pitch it for the hammer and not waste his 2-dick resource on it. Oh, money where your mouth is. Are we going to see the first wager of the game? Oh, and with wage gold! This is so cool. Now he can choose to activate Betsy's ability to gain +1 and wager. So this is coming in for a whole schmackaroos of 11 overpower. Let's see if Alex is up for the wager. So even if he has a 7 D-react from Arsenal... oh... yeah, just a 7 wouldn't be enough, but 8 is enough. So here he wins the wager, and Egil has to pony up all the sweet rewards, which is the unfortunate part. But Egil has gotten some tempo from it, but surely it stings for him to have double. But you could have thinking about that he would have 2, as there has been not a single D-react played from Alex. Here he swing hammer and did not ask for a tunic, as this is a competitive event. He was just, yeah, I forgot it, whatever, let's keep playing. Gotta be strict on those counters, every gamer out there. Egil has an East and Lightning Strike, and let's see what he chooses to do it. I'm going to assume the mode is going to be +2, as there's a lot of not bad cards, but cards you don't want in Arsenal in this type of matchup. And that is the mode. Alex is happy just blocking with a 4-block and taking some of the damage, as he's way ahead on life. Getting to cycle his hand to look for a better card to Arsenal. you don't need to be as strict by prioritizing getting the react in arsenal. Now you know that your opponent doesn't have any more pummels, so you can be more lenient and use them for just 4 block and not damage evasion. Here you see a sink below back, going to leak some more damage, and another card for arsenal. And here it is, hammer again. Oh. Here Alex allows another hammer is swing back, and this is the meat and potatoes of this matchup. And unfortunately for Egil, I don't think they are on a CYB variant of Betsy, so those 2 resources will just go into the void, maybe for next game. And here we see a hammer back for 2-6, and let's see if Alex has CYB. And I think just from him playing the CYB alone pushes him very far ahead, as these hammers are only damage, and with enough CYBs, then you can just tank them. Boom, there it is. That is a red one going up 5 life, back to 30, and a new card to Arsenal. And the other good part of playing CYB is that you are able to cycle more of your hand, which is very crucial for a long game. Here we see a 7 block on the hammer, putting it back to the grave. Sadly, not sadly, but gladly that's not where it's supposed to go, so they'll probably fix it very soon after this match, when they notices that Egil's hammer is in the wrong zone. And here we see another hammer swing back, and this time a direct from Arsenal, leaking 2 damage. So here's the problem. Egil needs to do something else, because he is just slowly losing at this rate. So now we're probably gonna see a wager on the hammer, or yes. So as I can't hear what the players are saying, I assume that Egil verbally communicated that they wanted to use the Betsy and had to pay for it. So just a slight out of order sequencing, but it doesn't matter when we end up where we're supposed to be. So this is a big hammer for 6 plus 4. So 10 overpower. And there we see a blue D-React plus the Fate for Seed to block it out, getting Alex another piece of gold. And a CYB for good measure on your opponent's turn, as you has 1 floating. Another good use of the tunic. So now, because of all the gold Alex has, now he's able to... if he had a blue, he could have tried to fish to get a hammer swing, but he rather choose just to get the card in arsenal, which is probably indicating that it is a good card. Egil is now thinking about their turn. Are they going to pitch for a big dominate attack? And yes, they do. Woo! And here it could be very nice to swing the pummel. And here we see the judge handing out their lovely Guardian promos for playing in the event. And I'm sure both of these players would be thrilled to acquire the new cards. And Alex can confidently just take this, as they know there's no disruption and just damage. And just damage is not going to cut it here, folks. In Norway, we have a funny band called Kaisers, and they have a song called Swing Your Hammer, which I think would be very fitting for this game, because there's going to be a lot of more swinging here, boys. Let's see, what's the block? Is it a full block, or is it going to be a little leak? Oh, I might have been wrong, dear viewers. It seems like there's another pummel in Egil's hand, which is very good for them. Ah, here we see that one gold token was forgotten to give to Alex, which he should have, and the players correct the board state. And there we see the 5th CYB, so there's only one left. Normally, that's all you got. Is not a reaction that you want to have in this matchup, but I'm assuming that both players just fat stack that, just put it on all the cards in the deck that they want to. And here we see a drink them under the table, I do believe is called. But sadly, there's a yellow in the pitch, so could not have been paid for the overpower, which I think Egil really wanted. As it has a very nice wager when you have no cards in hand. Let's see how Alex will respond to this big boy attack. Looks like he's interested in preserving some life. Even though you are gaining a lot of life with CYB, you still have to like block and preserve, so you can choose to take damage when you want to. And here we see the Crown of Providence. Cycling a card, he's probably putting... Since Alex had the crown, he was able to put whatever cards that they want to. And it was actually with a wager, but not with Betsy's overpower. So Alex was very happy just to block it out and not lose a card from his hand. Usually the wagers are quite good for Betsy against like more aggressive decks with not that big fridge and not that big... many D-reacts, but here they are often a drawback rather than a boon. But that is just how the matchup roulette goes. Let's see, Alex is thinking about this turn. I wonder what his hand is. It could be just hammer, but he's probably thinking about how to pitch to have a good stack for late game. Or if he wanted to cycle more cards. Or even if he maybe wants to pummel. But he elects only to swing the hammer, leaking 3 damage and arsenaling a card. And the lead just gets further and further away from Egil. And there we see another yellow. But with Tunic he's able to pay for it. Ooh, let's see if Alex this time can block it out. If not, Egil will get a sweet card that they might be able to arsenal. Blocking 1. This one is coming in for 9. Oh, with Oasis! And the defense reaction, that's perfect 9! Holy moly! Very clean play from Alex, winning yet another wager. Well, I think this is what we call a gambler's fallacy, my friends. Just one more bet, just one more wager and I'll win. And sadly, the house always wins in the end game. Here we see another hammer. Swing for 6, block for 6. Ooh, but with a little cheeky gain. Ding, 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 ding. Quest complete. Putting Alex back to over the starting total. And I think this is now very hard for Egil to come back. As I think Alex is leading both in life and deck, because if Egil was at least winning in deck, there might be an opportunity, but now Alex can just choose to take the damage where he wants to take the damage and slowly grind his opponent away from cards. So let's see how long this song and dance will continue. Another Sick Blade, cycle a card. 2 damage leaked. New hand drawn. Here we see a wage gold with a wager. Just one more bet, guys. Just one more bet that I'll win big. Surely this time he won't have enough D-react to block it out. There has been hands where Alex wouldn't be able to block it out, but this might not be one of those hands, as this man is playing every D-react known for the sun. Oh, and he had one hand, another gold. I wonder if he's going to spend them, or if he just want to keep them, like a Swedish dragon, holding his hoard. and as a perfect opportunity to cycle his entire hand. And now Egil is in the single digits and now has to. They have been respecting the hammer, but now they have to really respect the hammer. But they're sending another desperate wager. Surely, it's not about winning the match. It's about winning at one wager. Come on, Egil, you can do it. The comeback begins with one wager. Let's see if Alex has another reaction to block this one out. He blocks for 3. We go to reaction. And he did it! He won! Let's go! Alex has to discard a card and Egil gets to draw a card. I think it was a blue for the Arsenal. But at this point I think it's more about the moral victory at anything. And yet again, the Egil's hammer has snuck in his way to the graveyard, where it's waiting to be resurrected when its master needs it. Which I assume will be... here it is. Where's... No. They just put the card upside down. Now we're gonna see it. I'm gonna pitch for... wait. Where's my hammer? Oh. It's here. Quick mistake to do. And no harm, no foul. Let's see if this made Egil change his mind about their play. But I still think it's just swing hammer. I'm not a Guardian expert, but I think the problem for Betsy in this matchup is that we're just playing the game Bravo wants to play, and Betsy wants to swing evasion and get on hits, but that's really hard when your opponent is playing 20 D-reacts or some incredibly high and has the fridge. The highest high-tech fridge that modern man can buy in on the market. It's hard to go gambling here. So I'm not sure if there is a way to tech Betsy to be able to win the mirror. Some stronger Guardian players for sure can comment down below and tell me how how you're supposed to win this. Oh, it was actually a good card. It was the +1 and destroy equipment. So it's dominated 7. So maybe Egil gets to leak some damage here. I think Alex is like, do I care? I don't have any minus equipment on any of my... So it's just damage. Yeah, and he would go to 29. He's like, you know what? Yeah, I don't care. Take me to 29. I have a hand that plays. And let's see how exactly it plays. Activate Bravo. Giving away Dominate. And boom. Ooh! I don't remember the name of this card, but it's a big ol' whopping 10. And you get to, if it crushes, you get to remove cards from the top of the deck, which should be a very good fatigue breaker. As you, if you manage to hit, you can remove key cards from your opponent's deck. Or at least get them to block with a lot of cards. So here we see Egil finally spending their armor. But they still got some of it left. Alex draws up. Back to Egil. Oh, what time it is? It's tunic time. Hell yeah. And then it's stop. Hammer time. Let's see how Alex blocks. Is it small block, full block, or no block? This is a full block here. Taking no damage. Hammer. No. Hammer stays. No Arsenal. Most likely just another blue that cannot be spent. Hammer back. 2 floating. So now Egil needs to be thinking, wait, is it Pummel? Because there's no more CYBs in the deck. I'm not sure if Alex plays pummels, as it's disruption, yes, but it's also a 2-block. And the block might be more valuable than the disruption effect. Block for 3, and that's all you got. Just 2 floating, sailing down to the next game. Taking up Tunic, pitching a Money-Wearing Mouthpiece and a blue Swinging Hammer for 6. Alex with now an Arsenal, just blocking with 2 of his Royal and Hammer back to the grave. Surely it will return soon. Maybe this time it's a pummel. But I don't think so, as it would be lethal if it was. And I think Alex is just happy with trading cards, as this is not a pattern that Egil can get out of to win the game. Hammer coming, Sig from hand. Alex is fixing his hand, preparing for his offense. He likes his hand, so he doesn't keep. This is probably a time for either a big attack or just hammer. I'm wondering if Alex is saving the gold for when he draws one of his good attacks so he can get dominate on it, or is just happy keeping it. Oh, gaining 3 life, back up to 30. And the distance is just getting bigger and bigger for Egil here. Yo, wage gold, and it choose to wager. Now with Betsy overpower. And Alex... I love that Egil is giving the big gold to its opponent and keeping the small gold for himself. Here we're probably gonna see a very big attack with Dominate. Oh, and there's another 10 attack with Dominate, thanks to Tunic. And let's see if Egil has the reaction so he's able to survive another turn. Oh, he's thinking, he's looking for the answer. He's counting, he's counting. He had at least, sadly, no Tunic, so he has to pay for quick Fletchers. And that would be 4. And with the block, that's 3. Then it goes to 1. Oof. This is looking dark for all the Betsy lovers out there. Is there any way? He's thinking. And he seems to have several 2 blocks in his hand. Oh, this is looking dark. Oh, he's sending all the equipment. That's 3. That's 6. And pay for stepper. That's 8. So he ends up taking 2 from this exchange. Barely surviving. Keeping 2 cards in hand so he can still present the pummel attack. Or maybe even crack some gold. Completely naked and afraid. While Alex still has his own Tunic and the quick steppers. And he just takes it. This is probably the end, folks. Hammer to grave. One last time. Boom. 8. Dominate. And he just showed. There's the fist bump. Beautifully played from Alex. It seems like he's very familiar in the Guardian v Guardian matchup. Stay tuned for round 2. Will quickly come up in this video. And here we are with round 2. And it's Peter B, that's me, versus Italo M. Good old Norway versus Sweden rivalry. And here we see Arachne slip through the cracks versus Kano. And normally this matchup goes in 2 ways. If the Arachne player, or the Slippy player as lovely called, has AB2, then this is a real game. But unfortunately for me, I only brought AB1, so here Kano can just try to blast Sleepy Drown in a blaze of fire and glory. Peter won the die roll, or I won the die roll, so I decided to go first. I have not watched the game, I only played it, so it's interesting to see if I don't make a silly boy of myself. I will... Oof, it's weird to talk about myself in third person. But I activate and try to just pump the Kano player down on turn 1, popping up the kiss mark of the Black Widow with a spike with Blood Rot, coming over for 3 and forcing a Kano to banish a card from hand, which is not that bad since it's turn 1, but I just wanted it to get rid of it. So they had less card to block with. I'm thinking now that might have been a mistake, but I just wanted to quickly just try to kill him as quickly as possible, as this matchup is we're just a race. We're just trying to race and see who ends their life, ends their opponent's life as quickly as possible. Italo activates Kano and thinking. So it's just a blue open the floodgates, which he chose not to draw, as I was floating 1, so there was not point to just sending the 1 damage, as it would do nothing. And it makes sense that he didn't want that card in his hand. Let's see. How much damage will Kano be able to do on this turn 0? Turn 1, I mean, sorry. The activates Kano with a Gaze the Ages, letting it stay on top, and as a as a player, then you're breathing a sigh of relief, because then you know there won't be that much damage coming your way. And here's a floodgates coming in, and with amped up for, it was a red one, so it's going for 4, and I choose to pitch 1 only to take 3, and my opponent takes 2, and not drawing the card as it only was buffed by 1. So there's probably a Kindle or a Eye of Ophidia in their hand. I was very lucky drawing a giraffe, as I like to call it, and that's why I got this cool giraffe token. Isn't it sick? It's made by my friend Nye Alters. So if you ever meet him, you can ask... maybe you will be able to get one of his cool tokens, as I did. And here I'm thinking, okay, how can I get the most damage? Which cards am I sending? And I'm always giving Kano an opportunity to respond, as they are an instant speed class if they want to shoot their guns. And I play another Graphene, sending this one for 7, which is also a hand attack card, which is what you really want to be doing in this matchup. Stopping Kano, making them either blow their load early or forcing them to commit to a lot of blocks. And Italo, with only 9 block in hand, decides to just want to cash in their Eye of Ophidia, trying to figure out what cards. Here, one thing I didn't think about is that since Kano can manipulate the top card of their deck, they can actually take the hit if they have a hand that allows them to miss. And here I see Italo only has 2 cards that blocks, which making it impossible for they to block out the attack. And there we got the E-pot, which is really scary. Every E-pot makes the makes it so much easier for them to kill you. So every time you see them, you're shivering with dread. And there you see blocking for 6. 1 damage is leaking over, and I'm thinking, should I send this card or should I keep it for later? I chose to flick the giraffe. Bye bye. As I just need to be able to kill Kano as quickly as possible. And he chose to activate the stick in response to the on-hit trigger, so there's no cards for me to take from his hand. And so here I think Italo did not understand how the card worked, as there was a red on top, so he could have kept the blue, another E-pot, so he could have played it on his turn, just losing the wildfire, the blazing ether. But Kano is a very complicated deck, so it's not easy to know all your interaction versus your opponent's interactions. Here I'm starting off with a Pain in the Backside, which is a very nice extender card when you just have to be as aggressive as possible. I was gaining 1 life, but during Kano, when they have set up, no amount of HP is safe when you only have AB1 and no Oasis. So I'm just begging that I'll be able to kill it fast enough. Italo declares no blocks and is dealing 4 damage, reapplying Mark. Ooh. Yeah, and I remember this hand, so I had to swing Dagger, not using Take Up the Battle, as I had no stealth attacks in my hand, as I have a Death Touch I took in, because it's a big card that can deal a lot of damage, or even disrupt Kano with an Inertia token. So I just have to... This is a very pathetic turn. 5 damage with full hand. Yikes! But it can happen when you're playing a deck that needs a balance of attacks and reaction. Here we see a card I've never seen before. It's Scrying, and you can pump up your next attack. I mean opting. My apologies. And I'm giving Italo a die to remind us that the next attack card, or next magic card, gets +1 damage. I see that I have a double Justinic, but again, I don't think I have any targets for it. So just dead cards in my hand. I have all the Codex of Bloodrod as well. This is horrible. I'm thinking to myself, oh my god, I'm just so dead. It's very funny that with a 20 life lead, you should be feeling confident even if you draw bad, but Kano is just... You're blinking and it's over. Oh, here we see a Sonic Boom that will allow him to play the next card for free, which you already know, so it is because of the opt. Giving it +2, so it's a big Sonic Boom for 5. And he has a cool magic die showing us how much damage it is. And as I don't have much experience with Kano, I just chose to... I have to read all the cards. Not the best look, but hey, it's better to read the cards 1 time too much than 1 time too little. And as I have no AB, I choose to... no stealth card, I mean, in my hand. I choose to just pitch it with a yellow, as I'm assuming there's another attack coming. But it was Gaze the Ages, and I'm just double checking. Oh yeah, you can play whatever, as long as it's a wizard card. So here we see another ob. He's digging, trying to find that blazing... that wildfire blazing combo to just end the game on the spot. But I don't see it. It's the amp card and the opt card, I think. I apologize for not knowing the name of all the wizard cards. He's setting them both to the bottom, which I think is correct. He's just need to find the combo cards as quickly as possible, so he's able to just end the game before he dies to reactions. Oh, a Potion of Deja Vu, that's really good. So now he has a lot of good setup. This was all on Italo's turn, so it passes back to me, and my hand is still so doggy-do. I'm choosing to play Codex for 1 Blood Rot and 1 Ponder token just to deal some damage. And I'm going to pitch the last... pitch one of the Justinic. And I'm thinking I just need to keep one of them, as is one of the quickest way to kill him if I draw into a Bonds of Agony in my next hand. So this is a little more respectable turn that is threatening 10 damage, which is almost the entire life of Kano, but it's very easy for him to block it out, as the only punish would be Shred. And he's considering he's blocking 6. Just double checking that it's a 6 block, and I declare that's okay. I'll draw another card of the Ponder to find a Codex, which I will arsenal as I can get one of my attacks. Now we see a mono red hand, and here's the worst feeling when you play against Kano. They just block out and play a potion, and you're like, damn, why could I push more damage? And my hand is also terrible at converting. And he had another potion. Oh my god. Oh, horrible time not to be able to send more than 6 damage. Here I'm thinking, okay, how can I convert this Codex? And when the assassin player is sending the Codex when they have to discard, that's often a bad that sign that their hand is very bricked up in one way. And I just choose to discard CNC, finally getting the stealth card. It's not a bonds, but it's still a persuasive prognostic that will be able to be +5. That's 6, and I have 2 reactions, so it's 12 damage with healing. So this is threatening a lot of damage. Let's see how Italo wants to block this. He just double checked that what card I discarded, as there's a lot to think about for the wizard player. Normally, a block for 4 or 6 is the most normal number, because that's the breakpoint. But this one is gigantic, that is coming for 12. I'm trying to find the correct number, and we're like, wait, this dice doesn't have the right number. I guess I'll just use my own, which I got from Metal Fab Tokens. So shout out to them, very nice. Up to 9, and I'm thinking, do I ball? And the answer is, yeah, we're balling. Crack the chest, making the next react cost 1 less. So up to 12 on hit, Blood Rod Pot. So this is 14 damage. Blocked by 3, so 11 damage. But 2 of them they can pay for. So let's see, will Italo empty his entire hand, making the on-hit useless? Here we see the other opt card that you are allowed to play as an instant. And we're just thinking about how it worked in the turns behind. Let's see if Italo can find the wildfire, and it seems not. No, it just, I'm getting very lucky here with the wildfire being so low in Italo's deck. And I'm like, pretty please, do not kill me. As my only line of defense is a singular spell void. It seems like there has been some troubles with the timer, because I do believe we have been playing for more than 11 minutes. Or else this is a very quick game. Which usually this matchup is. So now this is normally a lot of how Kano versus aggro matchup goes. The ball is put in Kano's court, and he has to figure out how he can trick shot getting the big boy damage and winning with lethal threatening. So Italo is able to take, because of the upline, he's able to manipulate a way, if his hands allow it, that he doesn't lose a card to my Productive. But since he doesn't know which way I'm going to trigger the cards due to Justin Nick's other on hit, he might be. We might see a little mind game here where he puts the good card on the top or the good card on the second to the top. So it seems like there's a Blazing Ether going to the bottom to protect it in the deck. Activating Kano, shooting, getting the shoot for 1 card. So he's just going for the empty your entire hand strat, which I think is very nice. Very lucky for me that there were no red cards here and only blue. So there's only 3 damage coming through. And I don't crack AB for it, so I choose to just take it, sending the rest of the damage to him. Get the Blood Rot token. Getting a Ponder token from me, so he has like the biggest board state ever. Banish off the top, gaining a life. Then I choose the other one. Another, actually getting another life. So let's see if this life will help me survive. Drawing off the Ponder. Codex of Bloodrod, which is a fine card to get here, as it represents some damage that are hard for the Kano player to dodge. So here, Italo chose to do the Bloodrot before the Ponder, which I think might just be not a match of familiarity, as if he has stacked. As the active player, you're allowed to stack the cards in whatever way you want to. So if he has chosen to draw first, if he drew in a blue, he could have prevented 2 life. So let's see if this will matter in this game, as now he's in the very low digits, so we're probably going to see 1 Kano activation. This will probably be the last turn of the game, where Kano will either explode Slippy, or Slippy will slip through the cracks and sneak away with the win. Here I'm in the tank, as I'm thinking this is probably the last turn of the game, and I need to be able to present the most damage. So I start with the Codex, trying to bait out any reactions from my opponent. And as the Kano player, you just need to wait until lethal is presented. Here we shortcutted, where I said I put the card in the arsenal and just played it. So this is 5 damage technically, but not kinda. I need to present 1 more attack for it to be lethal. Unless if I have a reaction here. So Italo is thinking, and I'm thinking he has to declare no blocks here, and I have to show him lethal before he has to do anything. And in my hand I have not a single react, so I'm bluffing here, but that's the fork that Sleepy players put you to, where they send an attack with go again, and you have to think how you should respond, if it's going tall or wide. So the correct block here is 3. Let's see if Italo can sniff it out. But he's probably going to be thinking here quite some while, trying to figure out the line. I think he has 3 Lessons of Lavas in his hand. So I think there's a crazy way to get all of the lessons on top of the deck. Yeah, so he said I wanted to show this to the camera. Yes, he has a blue and 3 Lessons of Lava in hand. So that's crazy. So, but with the potions, I think he's able to put them all on top and banish them all, and able to pay for them. Because he has 1 blue, that's 1 Kano, 1 potion. Yeah, so he can get 2 of them on top of the deck and use them. And then he has a yellow for resource. But is that enough? Italo is counting the very small graveyard, as there have been not many turns of this game. I'm taking a sip of water, as I don't have to think about anything. I'm just have to waiting for my opponent. So here we go to the activated, blocking for 1. So this is smart of Italo, because he wants me to spend more resources. Because either I have to use a card for a reaction, or I have to send another attack to present lethal. And here I choose to pitch the blue to send the dagger. Now I'm threatening lethal with flick knives. So here we're gonna see explosions happening. I just put my hand down, waiting for Italo to either win the game or die to this flick knives plus kiss of death combo. So now, when you're waiting, I just pick up some tokens to play with. So I don't have anything I should be saying, and I'm just waiting to see the result of my demise. And we have very good time, even though the timer is not cooperating. Italo is able to choose. He has to think of his line very carefully, because this is the turn. This is the line that will determine the game. And I think it evolves by pitching to Kano a lot of times and getting the lessons on top of the deck. I don't know what is in the arsenal, and I think it's not a wildfire. I'm not jealous of being a Kano player, as you have so many lines, especially when you see your opponent has AB1. So all these lessons are effectively get whatever card you want from your deck, and with enough Kano activations you can also play it. So you have a lot of lines, but I think what Italo should do is pitch all to Kano, banish 2 of them, get Wildfire, get Blazing, and as famous Sweden player Jokke says, you don't count the damage, you just count the resources, and that's probably a kill. It's always intense when you're waiting to see if you're dead, when you don't have any decisions in this matter, as Italo probably has sniffed out that since I'm only rocking AB1, I'm probably not playing Oasis. Or that would be the most insane bait of the century, just raw dogging, drawing the blue and the Oasis for this turn. He's carefully counting, and I'm begging, please tell me, sir, am I dead? Let me go! And Italo is ready to jam. He just like, I just need to move this out of here so I have enough space. So it's still technically blocking. And I'm asking, where do you want to activate? And he says, I will activate it in response to you activating the dagger. Here we go. Kano activated. And I'm like, ooh, you have a Blaze. He just needed some tokens to represent the Kano activation, as they are. These turns are often very technical. It looks like Italo found the line, but it's getting a little uncertain. He's activating Kano again, pitching 5, floating 2. So his hand is still the last lessons in lava. And I'm just making sure that the counting is correct. So what will he use the last card? The last wild for Leslie Lava. Is he going to pitch for another Kano floating 1? He has enough resources for it. And he is still thinking. Oh, he's uncertain. He's uncertain. What am I going to do with this card? Is it resource? Is it pit? Or is it a card he wants to use? Because if he doesn't want to play it, he should just use it as a resource. And he decides to activate the Kano a 3rd time. And I'm just making sure that nothing is wrong. All the resources are correct. I agree. And it's going to activate Portal of Deja Vu, putting all the lessons in lava and pop the bottle on top of the deck. Pop the bottle could be used to gain another blue in hand. But I think he's just interested in getting the lessons. So here we see. Oh, there's a Kindle to draw the blue. Very nice. And getting more damage on the first lesson of lava. So I think you have to at least get 2 lessons with the Kano out. Because you have a blue and you have still 1. Yes. So you have to resolve 1 Kano, don't play it, and resolve the next one. Because then you can get both of your combo cards. Oh, but here's the big mistake Italo makes. He resolves it now, so his deck will get shuffled, so he doesn't get the lessons. And he realizes when he picks up the deck, it's like, oh no. Now, this line doesn't work anymore, because you get the blazing, and you can play it, but then the last Kano is random. And we're talking about what type of lines he should have done. And he's counting the damage. As I'm unfamiliar with Kano, I'm still scared, thinking that I might be able, that I'm still dead, even if he messed up. And it's also nice to be able to play for his friend. Yeah, so here we're discussing, Italo told me that he messed up, that he had to resolve 2 of the Kanos to get 2 lessons, but now it's too late and we can't go back. So here I shuffle my opponent's deck, praying that that I won't die. But here it is. Even if he messed up, he's still not he's still not out of it, because if he just hits a good card off the top, he should be able to win, because of my weak AB situation. So you activate the stick to get as much value as you can to shoot me as much as you can. And he's thinking about Metacarpus Node. And I think you should he's touching his deck, praying for a good card on top. I think you should not activate Metacarpus, because then if you draw a floodgates, then you are able to play it and continue playing with the two from the potion. and I'm just counting if I want to sack my helmet, which I'm not quite sure. Italo chose to use the potion to get one more damage on it, and just hoping that it wasn't want to draw a card that costs 2. So now I'm thinking, I'm always going to AB, but am I going to sacrifice the helmet? And I come to the conclusion that no, I'm not going to sacrifice, I just AB 1. So I take 5 damage, and that's a lot. So I just have to pray that the chain ends on the next attack for me to be able to survive. Oh, I did not see because of the glare, but Italo still has another potion, so I think it's correct to crack the potion. As then you just need to, as much damage as possible. Try to set up the kill. And here I'm doing my desperate attempt to count Kano math. Thinking about if I want to sacrifice my helmet to see if it's preventing more in the long run. And I come to the conclusion that it is not. I'm just showing my opponent my cards because I'm cool like that. I probably won't be able to pay for it, as I don't think there will come 3 more arcane attacks this turn. And after a lot of thought, I come to the conclusion that no, I will not not sacrifice the helm, as I want to use my floating. Let's see. Kano off the top. And I'm begging, please, don't be good. And it's sadly just a blue. It's still gonna hit for 6 damage. So it's still a lot. So I AB1, take 5. And Italo still has 1 random Kano activation. Is it blazing? Will Italo slam it? Oh, it's Gaze? So we can still game? It will go back to his hand after opting, so I'm still not out of it. Oh, I think there's 2 blues on the top of the deck. They are not enough damage to win the game. So we go another time to the casino. Will Italo be able to make it? He slams it. Oh, it's opened the floodgate, which he can't pay for. So the game is over, and I breathe a big sigh of relief that I live to play another day. Welcome to round 3, and I'm back on the camera again, baby. This is a 5-round Swiss tournament into cut to top 8. And here we see the caster v caster mirror. Erika F versus Peter B. And this is not the first time I played against Erika. She's always so lovely and always so nice, so it's always fun. She's on Aurora, and I'm still on Slippy, of course. Last time we fought was in Pro Quest for London, where she beat me in the finals. So let's see if I get my revenge, or Sweden will still reign supreme. I don't know who won the dice roll, but I think it was Erika, and she will probably go second. Let's see who makes the first move. And it turns out it was me. I was going on the play, and I'm sending a dagger, trying to see if I can bait out some blocks or maybe get some free value. If I manage to get a mark quickly, that will be nice. That's why I'm going for +3 on the Tornado Toxic, so I can get over by 2 damage and deal some extra damage and get the mark. So we'll 38-38, starting the matchup fair and even. I choose to pass the turn and get a D-react in Arsenal, which can be very crucial to stop some of the few on-hits and prevent the card draw if Erika draws a channel lightning card. Erika's first turn, ticking Tunic. Let's see what she's going for. I've seen some Auroras deciding which headpiece should be the best one for this matchup and which armor piece, but she's going for the traditional Tunic and Face Purgatory. And here we see a burn-up shock, sending the blade. So now I'm really interested in not taking the damage, because that's a lot of damage if one of the attacks connects. So I have to carefully navigate this turn. And I'm blocking with Take Up the Mantle, as I probably don't have any stealth attacks in my graveyard. And here we see a lightning card that gets go again if it's played from Arsenal, attacking 4/4. And Erika is threatening to make an embodiment. And oh, she has the lightning press, and here I get very punished for not blocking with equipment. And I'm like, yeah, okay. So I take not only 3 plus 4 more because of the burn-up shock, and she gets the go again token. So pretty big blowout for me. Let's see if I'm able to disrupt her. Here's Kiss of Death coming for 3 go again, so this is only damage. So I'm assuming that Erika doesn't care and just takes the damage here. As if it's down to a race, she will probably just win, as Aurora is known to be quite faster than Slippy. Here I'm explaining why it has a go again, as it's an attack with stealth. Getting that sweet free go again from the Chaos Agent himself. The Chaos Hero. Yeah, Erika says no blocks, takes 4, no longer marked. You're going with Pain in the Backside, which can be a 0/4/5 with Kiss of Death on the chain, which is pretty good. Let's see if she cares about it. Yeah. But I choose to go for a flick, and she chose to hit it with a Sink Below. So I'm not getting the extra value here, so it's fine just to flick it. And my last card, it's a Codex of Frailty, and I'm just arsenaling it because I don't want to give her a good attack, and I don't have a Leave No Witness in my graveyard to get max value from the card. Here we see a Lightning Press pitched, sending the sword. Very not telegraphing either channel valley or the plus. So there's always the guessing game which card it is, if it's the instant that gives the next attack action +3, or if it's the draw card. So you have to take the 50-50 here and block correctly. As we saw from Erika's hand, this is Shadow Lightning Valley, so I don't remember. So we'll see if I'm doing the read correctly. I'm definitely in the tag thinking about what I should do. It's always nice to see a pitch for the sword, as that's one entire less card for the Aurora player to send. And an entire card for 2, that's not worth, as you say. And if you are wondering about the HP, I just think we forgot to update it, as the table players are responsible for updating for the stream layout. So sometimes it's very easy to forget. But I'm pretty sure that we write it down. And I'm blocking for 3, trying to sniff out the CLV. Let's see what Erika follow-up is. Yeah, it was the Channing, and then now I'm feeling myself like, yeah, I'm so smart. And I think her last card was Arc Lightning, which she's happy to put in Arsenal here, as she keeps a counter on the CLV and managed to get an entire card out of my hand. Back to Peter's turn. I have another Kiss of Death, but I don't think I have a spike with Blood Rot for the Giga value, sadly. But it's still good. It's a 0 for 4. And here I have another Kiss of Death. This one does not have Go again. So I'm shoving Aurora numbers. I think I have a reaction, but I chose to keep it in hand to see if she's going to block the second attack. Or else I'm just bluffing as this is just another red attack that I couldn't use. No, it was a reaction. Going up to 6, so this is coming in for 7. 3 card 11 is a 3 card 13. Pretty good damage numbers, if I do say so myself. Let's see. It seems like Erika has a red defense reaction, and she's thinking about if she was to save it, as it's only going to block for 4, or if she wants to keep it so she gets a better turn for when it's an on-hit. And here, it seems like I made a pretty big mistake. I forgot to flick because I was too quick of passing priority, which is very unfortunate. I missed 2 damage here on this turn, which can be very critical. So Erika's thinking. She has the CLV and she has the Arc Lightning. So most likely she's going to draw a card here. And getting that sweet lightning value. She might be able to keep it for another turn also. She's probably thinking about how to sequence and get the correct amount of value. Oh, she had another channel lightning value. Yeah, so here I definitely don't want to let her hit with the Arc Lightning. Do I have a blue to protect myself? Because drawing 2 cards here would be backbreaking. Whew. I'm just laying down my hand, thinking about the sequence. So I'm pitching a yellow. I think I have a blue, but that's a bonds, maybe? Oh, and there's another 2 arcades, so I get pretty punished from not pitching the blue. So here she has me in the lock, because now I'm wasting 2 cards to prevent 3 damage when I could have just used 1 card to prevent all of his. Which is interesting, because I think she did this line because I pitched a yellow. So maybe she... that was pretty clever for her, assuming that I didn't have a blue for the prevention effect. So here I have to give equipment and a 3 block, which is the little weakness, which is very good because I have Codex in Arsenal. But I think my last card is a 2 block, which means that this if Erika has another attack in hand, then I'm mega screwed, as I will take infinite amounts of damage. She has 2 Digo 3, so she's thinking about sending the sword, which I think is pretty reasonable if her last card is an attack, because she's most likely going to hit unless I have a defense reaction in Arsenal, which she knows I don't. No, she doesn't know. I know. So I think the big decision for Erika is, do I pitch for the sword, or do I use Tunic to get extra value from it? As if you pitch that it's then you guaranteed keep your channel lightning, but you know you won't draw. I think you really want to draw. As I can either block with 2 equipment and pay for the last one, or I can block with the last card in my hand and use my helmet to sacrifice for the AB. But if I saw correctly, and that's a blue in my hand, then I played this turn really badly. She's actually choosing just to... No, oh. Yeah, there was the extra AB, and I chose not to pitch because I wanted to prioritize to not get hit, which gave her an extra card, which was just a huge mistake by my part here. Luckily for me, that was not a blue in my hand, but there was a red. So very nice play from Erica. Here I take a lot of damage. She gets the setup. She gets to keep the Lightning Valley, and I'm so far behind. Even with the nice Codex play for for Leave No Witness, I'm just so far behind here. So here we see the bread and butter combo of Codex getting Leave No Witness and attacking for 4, threatening the arsenal. Let's see if it's a card Erica cares about, or maybe Aurora had a lot of tricky thing. It could be an instant where she could just play it, and then Leave No Witness basically does that text and it just 4 damage. Which I really need it to be right now, and I really need to draw a good card for my arsenal. And it was the D-React. Oh! Very good play by Erika here, blocking it out, making my lose by turn, and only giving, effectively not doing a lot. She has CLV and a full 4-card grip, so I'll desperately try not to let her hit one more time. And now I don't have any of the free blocks anymore, so it's going to be hard to block out all the breakpoints. Here I'm just double checking with her that the D-React was from Arsenal and the card was from hand, so it doesn't have minus from the frailty. And I think there is not a single D-React in my hand, so I'm just gonna let her draw another card, putting her even further in the lead. Blocking with a blue Mark of the Black Widow, which is a card a lot of Slippy players have thinking about cutting now. And as this is some weeks ago, my deck is not most optimized. Ooh, and here we see another mistake by me. I forgot to side out my Codex of Bloodrot, so awkwardly blocking 5 on the 4 attack. Which was blocked out, so I stopped her from drawing a card, but now the sword is coming for 1. It is like super awkward. Do I give her an entire card, or do I just cash in my Flick Lives? I think the correct line here is just to cash in the Flick Lives, but I chose not to and let her draw the card. I think I might have some okay cards in my hand that I really want to send back. I think it's Art of Desire Body, which is very good as it draws a card and gets your life. You see Erica activate Aurora, getting another 4, 0 for go again, and I'm thinking about blocking. And I think at this point I just want to keep my entire hand. And there we see Scar for Scar coming also for 4, but with no go again, but it's still a lot of damage. And I think she has a D-React for the Arsenal, which also pretty devastating. Here I am blocking with the Art of Desire Body. Let's see what my turn cycle is. I'm sending Infect 3 go again, which is okay. As it's usually 5 damage, but it's like that's not how I can come back in this game. I need to disrupt her and stop her. She still have full equipment. She's and so she's very prepared for fighting a good fight. She actually chose to block it, which means that most likely her hand doesn't convert that well, or she just can send a basic value. So here I'm thinking about, should I Arsenal, should I react, or should I attack? I didn't quite catch what the card is, and I'm thinking of just... Yeah, I'm thinking about let's ball. I'm activating... activating the chess piece, so my next react costs 1 less. And boom! Slamming the react, putting up to 6, and on hit 2 blood rot tokens, which is huge value here. But Erika has the punish. And I'm like, oh no, this is bad. Very well played by her. So I think I should have maybe put it in the Arsenal. But unlucky for me, that was not the line I did. I mean, not unlucky, I just played bad. And here I draw another spike with blood drop, taking 1. Which I think is often nice. Against the road, you have to leak some damage as you are the control deck. And she has the nice serenade getting to fuel the Entwined Lightning for go again, and getting another 0 for 4 go again for the next attack. Very cool 2 card 8. Very nice value. I still have 1 mystery card. Here I'm blocking with Orb Weaver card. No giraffe this game, ladies and gentlemen. I'll take another damage, and it's back to my turn. I'm keeping 2 cards. Let's see the fork. And here comes one of my favorite prognostics. So, since I have 1 card, Erika has the option of just slamming Face Purgatory, effectively destroying my turn. Or she, if she has a non-attack, which I'm hoping she doesn't. And the fork is she can block for 4 or for 6 if she thinks it's just a nick. She chose just to go with the D-React, which will cover up any react except for just a nick. Do I have it? No. But I had a Codex, which is pretty good, because now her Arsenal is open and I get to attack it since she used the react from Arsenal. So maybe this will help me getting back into the game. It's definitely what I needed there. Ideally, it would have hitted so I could have gotten the extra value from the only. The life would have been really nice, as I'm down by 9 lives. So now the problem is, yeah, I get 1 card from her hand, but she can still get the best card from her arsenal and just block with Grasp of the Arknight. And a card from her hand. It could even be a 2-block, as she has been quite skillfully saving the arsenal, the equipment for when it matters. And discarding a blue, so that's a card she didn't even want to. So very clean play here. And E-Strike for 6 is still a good Sandy. The frailty is not that interesting. She can also do this. Just why use the Face Purgatory effect when you can just keep all your cards in your hand? And that's very scary when you're at 12. Ooh. And here you see the deadly combo of Arc Lightning into E-Strike, which is giving it go again, so you get to draw another card. So it's gonna be a 4 go again. So it's basically a 0 for 4 at that point, but you have to put your worst card to the bottom. So here I'm blocking with a Leave No Witnesses and pitching AB to prevent some of the damage. And here is one of the cool cards from Rosetta. It's a 0 for 4 that gets plus, that gets go again if you play an instant. So it's very good with Somersault, because then you basically get go again and draw a card. And there's the last of the lightning press. So I am only taking 1 here, but it gets go again, so I'm taking 2. And then she's been saving her Trudy. This is Starfall is doing its best Rosetta Thorn impression, but only coming for 1 arcane and 1. So it's a mini Rosetta Thorn because of the frailty token. So I blocked with my entire hand. I'm down 3 times her life. And I'm just looking at my arsenal card and thinking about what I want to do with it. And it's just a Lido Witness, so unfortunately, or rather, Erika played very skillfully and did not Arsenal. So this Lido Witness basically did nothing, and I'm at 7 life, and she is way in the driver's seat. She just need to not brick and sequence properly, and this should be in the bag, as they say. But let's see, maybe a miracle can happen, and Norway can come back. We see another Skyward Serenade, getting Ski 6. As she's been the good Aurora players don't draw the Ski 6, I heard they are saying. They keep them in the deck so they can be fetched. Going in for 4 go again, which is over half of my HP, so I'm needing to block. So I block for 3. And there was the 3rd lightning press. But yeah, because that she pitched one and she drew another one. So she managed to get all the value here, and I'm very far behind. I did the same thing in my game. I thought she played well, but she pitched one. That's why my memory got fuzzy. So it's really hard here, keeping 2 cards to her to 18, and I'm sending Bonds of Agony. And with 1 reaction, it is live. Ooh. But the problem is, even if it's live, unless she has multiple copies of the card, she can just do whatever. And probably just win from this position. But you always gotta make them sweat, you know? Thinking about what can happen. As Bonds of Agony is a very skill intensive card for the one who's using it and the one who is playing against it, as I think it's probably one of the cards that most people have been used wrong throughout the history of Flesh and Blood. And blocking with Skisik, which is pretty free because it's a card you don't care about in your hand. And I was bluffing, I didn't even have anything, so I'm pretty happy that she blocked that all. I was hoping to get more value from this attack. So I end up taking 2 cards from her, but unfortunate for me, it was a defense react for Arsenal, so she was very safe here, not in any real threat. As she 7 is the number if it's only 1 react that is not just a nick. Over to Erika. Oh. And here we see another of the good cards from Tales of Aria. It pings for 1 arcane, and with a somersault, it's going to get jumped up to. It's gonna get go again, and she's going to be able to play it again. If she has another lightning card, she can then ping me for 1 more damage and give it go again with Snapdragons. So it's just choosing to save the somersault for the snap, and I have only 1 card left in hand. So she's going to give it go again, pick it up, and send the last card. I don't since she's using the fancy green tunic die, I can't see if it's on or anything, but there's probably no hope in this world for a poor Peter. And I only have a 3 block, so I take 1. She draws a card. Only down 16 life. Can he pull off a miracle? I just show hands and pass. Erika's turn. Takes up tunic. Boom, arc lightning, and it's game. here we are in round 4. It is Ivan E versus David A. And Ivan is from Norway. Woo! Let's go Norway! And we have Ira versus Prism. Prism on the throne. That's not her name. She is called actually Prism Advent of Thrones. I don't know what Advent is, but surely it's good. And in this matchup, I think if the Prism player knows what they're doing, they should be kind of favored, as the Ira player is not playing that many poppers, you know. But the Kodachi should be pretty good to pressure the Prism player. So let's see how much value Ivan can get on the first turn. He's starting off with a cheeky Kodachi for 1. As you know, you gotta do it. Gotta stick him with your knives. Poking David for 1 damage. As I don't think it's very hard to give an entire card here. One thing you can do is to block with the boots, as they are pretty good of covering up. And there is the evil present, another annoying card. It's called Dual Threat. No, that's the new good card. It's called I don't remember what it's called, but it's an attack that attacks for 1 and it banishes and it comes back. But because of the Ira ability, it attacks for 2, and it is very good for trying to enable those long chain links, letting you draw a card, and it's very annoying to block in the first turn of the game. Here we see David take another Kodachi and not wanting to block it, because there's another 1 cost coming, 1 going again. And, as we would say in Norway and our beloved postman Pat Norwegian dub. And here we see David using the power of the boots and using a card, as blocking for 3 and 1 is the same, but here you get to keep a card in deck, which might matter, but it also feels better. And we see another attack for 5. So David has the option to block it for 6 if both of his cards have block value. But he chose not to, only to block for 3. And here Ivan gets go again, but he doesn't need to use it, as there won't be an auras dropping, because the prisoner has used all of the cards. But you want to keep an arsenal so you can get their big turns or threaten whatever board Prism is trying to build. It's back to David. First turn of the game where you don't draw back up, and we see a Herald of Triumph yellow taking for 6 and getting a Figment from the deck if it goes to Soul. Normally Ira is quite defensive, so let's see if Ivan wants to block or not on this first attack. He's thinking about it, taking his time. There's a lot of good blocking card in the Ira deck, at least. But I think when you're playing against Prism, you have to sideboard some of the D-reacts out so you can be the most aggressive deck. Ivan says no blocks and it goes to Soul, and David needs to find a Figment. Due to his Empyrean Rapture, but he's also able to flip it this turn if he so wishes. He's going for the Protection one. And I agree with this play because you already have 2 cards in your hand. I think one of them is a defense reaction. So you already have an arsenal target. And you kind of just want to flip it to get the 4 HP from it. As Ira has a lot of 4 attacks. So you're probably going to get full value from it if the card is that all you got. Because then you have one of the Kodachis covered already. Pretty good attack, presenting 6 and healing 5. Not too shabby, if I do say so myself. Here the angel attacks for 4, but no effects due to no cards in Soul. And we also see that David pitched one of the light reaction cards, which would have punished Ivan if he would have blocked the attack, which he either correctly guessed or just have a gas in his hand. Let's see if Ira can pop Prism back after taking a beating of 10 damage. These players here are here to swing hard or go home. We're probably going to start with Kodachi for 1, as this is the most typical play pattern in Ira's game plan, and here it is. So here is a pretty free, boom. I was going to say free block as you have for 1 ward, but I also agree with David to just cash it in on the Kodachi, as there might not be another legal attack this turn for it. And then you get to keep your Spectral Shield for either covering a 5 attack or for blocking 4 and then still having 1 to protect yourself. Ivan is thinking about next card. Is it going to be a 2 cost, a 1 cost, a 0 cost? And it's a 1 cost. It's Bittering Thorns coming in for 5. Go again with on hit. Your next attack does +1. And David is more than happy enough just to use all his ward here. And cashing in 5. 505 is a pretty clean number. Seems to forget to move his Spectral Shield, but mistakes happens, you know. Let's see if the players noticed and will correct the board state. Ivan closes the chain. Ooh, to play Dual Threat, the new card that can be a 0 for 6. As Ivan has unlocked both modes of if attacking with a weapon and a attack action card, giving both the weapon and the next attack action card +3, which is very freaking sweet, as one of my name brothers would say. So this is a Kodachi for 4, and that's not a rookie number. Here David says no block, and Ivan points out, oh yeah, you forgot the shield, and he's like, yeah, that's correct, I'm taking 4. So everything is a-okay. Let's see, Ivan has to pitch another blue to present a big 8 attack. Ivan probably wished that he had 2 Nico Disto, so he could have blocked with the blue 3 block instead of wasting these resources there. But this was a pretty chunking turn, if I do say so myself. 1 + 5 + 4. This is an 18 damage turn in Ira. And David is just taking it all. He's happy with his 5-card hand. I think there's a mix of I see some reactions from Harold, so he's really hoping that Ivan doesn't draw a popper here. Then he might be in a world of hurt. So and here we see a David with the Herald of Triumph, which will reduce the power of the blocking card, so you need a 7 attack to pop it. I do apologize. It was a War Tune Herald that was in the first turn there. My apologies. So this is the Herald of Triumph, which it's it was not that good in the original Prism because it doesn't have an on hit. It was just hard to pop, but now, since all the Heralds has on this is a very good card in new Prism. But not a lot of decks can afford to play 7 attacks, as the generic one are often 2 blocks, which would be quite detrimental in other matchups. So here we see David blocking it for 3. Does he have a defense reaction maybe? He do, with a Shelter from the Storm. But where's the counterplay giving it +2, I think? Up to 9. Or maybe it's even +3 up to 10, as the die is simply too small to show the number. Let's see, it was 4-3. Going into Soul, let's see which one he gets now. Still has 2 cards in hand, so I'm going to guess it's going to be Rebirth. as you really want to have the 2 soul to get the draw from the Erudition. And I'm wrong, it's the Erudition one. Maybe he still has a 2 attack herald, so he can get the value from the ponder token. Or maybe it's an auras. Then he would probably just pitch to Rapture to cycle his card and draw a card from ponder. Oh, and it's another Herald of Triumph. And this is just so much damage. This was 7 into 6. Both with very strong on hits and fueling the soul. So this is very scary for Ivan. And he can't even pop them as he would need a 7 attack. He's already spent 2 cards. So Ira typically just want to block with 2 cards, as then you can go attack with both Kodachi or Kodachi and a 2 attack. So I think Ivan just wants to take it here if he has like a CNC or something. Then you can threaten the arsenal of David. But he's definitely going to think about it, as he should, so he can find the correct line. And he, after taking his time, he's like, yeah, whatever, man. I'll take it. I'll deal with your board later. And let's see which herald, which figment David wishes to find now. And it's going to be Ravages, which is going to shoot. No. Figment. It is Figment of War, which makes a courage token. So you get double setup with 1 courage token for your attack next turn and a ponder token, which is very nice. Let's see if David draws a good card. And he's also going to flip it to get more HP. I thought maybe he would want to save it so he could get the value from the other angel. But he's declaring to Ivan now that I'm going to get another card in Soul, and I'm going to get mega value from it. He does have the helmet, the Halo, which is the most of Illumination, which is the most skillful card in the Prism deck. A lot of Prism players win or lose by how they play the Halo in this matchup. And here Ivan is going to send a weakest link. Oh, he really wanted to pop with it, but since David had 2 Herald of Triumph, it would simply not do it. And very unfortunately, Ivan drew a 2 block and a red all red hand. And oh my god, David the legend get the perfect block with the soul shield in Arsenal, which goes to, you guessed it, the soul. So now he has 2 cards in soul, so his Herald of Erudition is ready to party. So maybe he is going to play around a popper here just to pay for the flip and pay for the attack, since he has a lot of cards in his hand. Or maybe he is thinking about just try to get the max value, going for it. There's a lot of lines here. He can activate Halo, which he's going to do. Ooh, this is interesting. Get the Herald in Soul, which means he draws a card and he gets to find a Figment. Oh, this is also very nice. He's going for the Figment that gives all attacks, enemy attacks, attack action card -1 this turn. So he is protected from a popper again. And he's going to flip his angel for free. So we only need to pitch 1 more card for it to attack with it. And draw 2 cards. This is looking rough for Ivan. He needs to have a very strong turn to be able to come back from this one. But it's not over. If he has a lot of annoying attacks, this might be very good for him. Here we see, activating the angel, drawing 2 new cards. going for 4. Ivan is very not rewarded, but suggested to not incentivized not to block this card, as it is just damage, and the turn continues. So looks like David has no floating, so it's probably going to be a Herald and a either a Herald or an Angel. So he chose to activate the gloves just to play around a 7 attack, and I think here that this might be a mistake, as I don't think Ivan is playing any of the 7 attacks, and he might need that for later when he doesn't have the -1 effect for this turn. The Figment of Triumph, as it's called. So if Ivan has a 7 attack, he's like a freaking genius this turn. But if not, then he might have been playing too scared and might get punished for it. Let's see if Ivan is going to take 7 damage and go to 10, letting David find another Figment. Ivan still has some equipment to block with, so I don't think he is, I do apologize for my stuttering. He is definitely not favored, but he's still definitely winnable, as even all the power in Prism, the deck can draw very awkward, and a correct popper in the correct time might be able to change everything. And Ivan is just going to take everything, bro. I'm blocking 7. So the Mega Punish here would be an attack react, but I don't, as Ivan correctly analyzed, he could not play around it. So this Angel is just going to attack for 4. It's annoying, but it's at least no more on-hits. And now you are going to pressure the Angels. So if Ivan has a lot of attacks this chain link, he might be able to get very value, as you are not scared of the Halo on your turn, which could have been very powerful with the -1 or the or shooting an Angel if you desire to attack it. So here's the Kodachi for 1. This requires a card, and ooh, David had another. Is that all you got to get the value from it? As Ivan might close the chain here because of the shoes, if he is going to make a tiger. But he might just block with the shoes just to cover the 7 popper, the 7 attack. Now Ivan is thinking, how can I get rid of these Angels and present some kind of threat to my opponent this turn? It's even though Ira has a very simple hero power, you still have to sequence correctly, which can be very interesting. And Ivan here is accepted that, okay, I am not going to push through, and this is a good card to Arsenal, so I'm just gonna cover my losses, get rid of the strong draw Angel, and pray that you're drawing another popper. So now David is very vulnerable to poppers, as he doesn't have the gloves to cover or the minus effect. So he is hoping that he's drawing more of the triumphs, which have the built-in protection. But Ivan has already played quite a few poppers. So already played 3, I think. So maybe he doesn't have one in the hand. So if you're scared with a popper, I think, yeah, David is saying, you know what? you might have a popper here. So I'm going to just cash in my 4 value, which is hard for Ivan to block. And he's also going to cash in the soul, making it +1. This is interesting. So now David is saying, I want to protect this angel because now it's a 5 attack. This might be not the correct line. And here we see he had the Herald of Triumph, which is protected from poppers. And he chose to cash in the reaction. But that might be the only yellow. It's a little hard to tell from this angle of the camera. But he's not floating anything with the die, so I'm just going to assume that they're both yellow. As the angel would not have go again if he pitched a blue. So now Ivan is trying to sniff out what's in it is in David's hand. In David's A hand. Is it another react? Is it an aura? Is it a defense reaction? Ivan is down on 8 life. He has half the life of Prism. And David also have 4 wards on the board. This might be tricky, folks. I think Ivan has a sync below. So I think the correct play here is to present block with mask and use the sync below just to cover it up and hope that the last card is not a good card. Because it can't be a Herald, because they're not floating anything. Ivan chooses to block for 3, go to reaction, and block with a sync. Let's see, is he syncing? He's definitely thinking. And David finishes up with a nice aura. This one is very nice because it gives a +2 to the first Herald attack. Ooh, it seems David removed the counter from the angel. Might have been just a little mistake here. We'll see if they'll correct it, or if the angel dies, then it doesn't really matter, you know. I think maybe David knows that this angel is not long for this world, and Ivan is probably going to kill it in some way. Here's a block with the shoes, pitching a Figment. Always nice to have that the Figment can actually block in the matchup, due to the Kodachis only coming for 1. Ivan has only 2 cards left, 2 floating. Can he make a comeback here? What's the next attack going to be? Kodachi for 2. The card from hand. The card from Arsenal. Is it going to be a 7 attack? 5 attack? Oh, he is thinking. I am assuming that Ivan doesn't have all the resources he needs to attack with all the attacks due to his thinking time. He's thinking, he's taking his time, seeing all the lines, thinking how can I get the max value and pressure Prism the most. He's already used a card, so his turn is going to be significantly nerfed because of it. And there David remember, oh yeah, wait, the angel is still alive. Gotta put the counter back. Yeah, you paid for it, sir. You gotta keep it. And until Ivan takes it from you. Ooh. My brother is in the tank. He's fighting for Norway. Come on, Ivan, you can do this. Sorry for all the Swedish people, but you know, I gotta show some love for my country. And here we see a looking for a scrap, which usually is an assassin card, but it's also an Ira card. So it's going to come for 6 go again, which is quite a nice card, as it would require 2 cards from hand, and then you can attack again with the last Kodachi. So there is going to cover up his losses and say, okay, yeah, I'll take the forward. This angel is dead. So now let's see. We have some very good illusionist players in Norway, so I'm going to assume that even has been drilled in. Yep, that's the correct one, baby. We gotta respect the auras. Get them out of here. Especially when you have such nice way of cleaning them off with your Kodachis. So now it's looking pretty okay for Ivan, as he kept his helm very smart to cover up. Oh, the Herald of Erudition. He's going, and Ivan slams the popper, getting to take the turn back. And now things are looking pretty scary for David. So here we see if David had kept his arm piece for this turn, he would have been able to take the mask from Ivan and made his turn quite awkward, maybe. But at least getting rid of the equipment. So now, now David has to try to set up again. Choosing to block Kodachi, blocking with a 2-block, getting the value here, thinking that there might be a closing of the chain. There we see Kodachi for 2. And David declares no blocks. Taking 2 damage, going down to 12. What's the follow-up? Has Ivan more go again? Or is it the classic 1-2-1? When you only draw blues. Which may happen. Oh, very unfortunate for David, but very nice for Ivan that he had the cut through the new card from Haunted that has +1 and go again if a Daggers hit this turn, which hitted on the second chain link, making it another awkward. We might see a threatening of the mask this game, which will be the first time the entire game if Ivan presents another go again attack this turn. Oh no, it's a sensor, which is a quite nice ender. Not a very popular card, but it says that you name a card and the card can't be pitched or played the next turn, making see if Ivan can read into his opponent's soul and figure out which card it is. And normally as the illusionist player you have to pay life to be able to build a board. Unfortunately we can't listen in to see what the card has named, but I think Ivan probably mentioned a Herald of Triumph or Herald of Erudition, as those are the strongest heralds for Ivan to protect himself from. But here we see a blue, I think, Herald of Fortune Herald, and Ivan has the popper. David pays for it and sends another Fortune Herald, floating 2. Thus Ivan had another popper or a defense action to cover this one up. Imagine if Ivan said Warthog Herald, then David would have lost the game on the spot. So technically they should close the chain here, close the first chain as a popper stops the puts the cards in the graveyard. But due to the shoes, the legendary phantasmal footsteps, David was able to get an action point back by paying for it. Which is why he has 2 floating by pitching a blue. So here is Ivan thinking, what should I do here? Should I try to block it up, or should I let him get another card installed and another herald? Which is quite scary as Ivan is just on 8 life. I think if you're able to cleanly block it up, then you should do so. And Ivan has the flick flack. Oh, this is very nice. Now David is on 3, and that's Kodachi plus Kodachi. And now no heralds. He looks like he was far ahead, but Ivan managed to turn it around by having the poppers at the right time. I think Ivan was pretty prepared and managed to have giga damage to take back the tempo when he was far behind. Let's see if he's going to close it out. Probably going to see a Kodachi for 1. Oh, but it's a yellow. But yellow is all you need to present little, and here we see a this all you got. Making Ivan slightly frustrated, as it is free block, very clutch for David to drawing the last copy in the late game. Is it going to be Kodachi for 2? Or another card coming in? As Ivan really wants to take more cards from the Prism from David. He's going to make a tiger. That's interesting. Does he have another dual threat? I think he does, people. Because this play makes no sense unless you have another dual threat. But then David will be able to draw a card. No, he set the tiger for 1. Ah, that's pretty spicy. And now he's attacking for 5. Go again with looking for a scrap. Very cool line even. Oh, and I think David has a 0 block in his hand. He really wanted the Eva to close the chain there. He has to... And he doesn't have any cards in soul, so he can't flip the angel to gain 4 life. This is looking rough. Here we see converting the 0 block into 1 block. Can also sacrifice the Rapture to get 1 more life. But I think this that's not a winning move. And then Ivan hits sends a 0 blue 1. So he 0 for 1 attack. Not the strongest finisher, but getting the chess piece. And David has only 1 card left, and Prism is not. Oh, but he draws another card from. Is that all he got? So he might be able to have a turn here, people. Let's see, does he have a Herald? He does! It's a Herald of Protection. That would be... But it doesn't have Go Again. But this is very nice if it managed to land here, because then you get another Spectral Shield, which is very huge when you're on 1. Ivan is thinking he's blocking for 3. Does he has a defense reaction? No, he's just gonna take it. So he's accepting that David gets the Spectral Shield and a Figment. So now David has the ability to gain 4 life, but Ivan has a dual attack, which is very nice when your opponent is at 1, even though even though they have a Spectral Shield, but the Ward 4 will probably not be able here. So even if Ivan as a blue is able to attack 4 times for lethal this turn. So Figment of Rebirth, able to put a yellow Herald on top of the deck. So he can guarantee a 3 block. David would kill if you could choose Lucky. Is that all you got to protect himself more? But he's just going to choose the Herald of your edition. Ball's in Ivan's court. How is he going to sequence this turn? Say it with me, folks. Kodachi for 1. Yeah, let's go! That's the fastest blocks in the West with the boots. And that's a very good... It's a blue one of the reaction. So he's able to flip the angel as well. Here's coming Kodachi for 2. And here's the awkward part. Do you block it with a card in your hand? Or do you block... do you flip your angel here? The problem here is that even if David managed to survive, how are you winning? Because this will happen every turn. Are you hoping that Ivan draws all reds? I think that's you're out and you manage to keep a card. And here comes the dual attack again for 1 after killing the Spectral Shield. Still has to be blocked. It's lethal. two warriors stripped of all their armor, fighting for their last breath, both almost almost dead. But I think this might be over for David, as Ivan has cut through all the illusion, cut through the facade, and is ready to present the winning blow. Blocks again, and then a 5 attack. So David can survive here, and hope to all the gods in Soul that David draws 4 reds, or maybe no cards will go again. Iroh, completely no equipment, and David just the holy shoes from Soul. Ivan's turn again. Can he close the door and most likely lock in his place for top 8 in this tournament? Block with shoes, pitching a blue card. What's the follow-up? Kodachi for 2, go again. Does Ivan has another card with go again? Or is it the famous 1-2-1? That's also a line. If Ivan draws the 1-2-1 2 turns in a row, David could keep an attack. Oh, but it's a torrent of tempo for 5, so David has to give Ivan all his cards this turn again. And you're probably going to assume that Ivan has a good card to get for his arsenal. David lives another day. But I think he's swimming with sharks, people, and they're smelling the blood. Back to Ivan. David is passing. He drew another blue, so he will do the same thing again. Kodachi for 1. Block with shoes. Blocking with a 0 block. Kodachi for 2. Block for 3. Is that a poison the well in Evil's hand? I guess he went out. He wanted to have some game against the CYB Bravo deck that we saw rather, and he's looking for a scrap, and he's going to have Gov again. This is it, people. David has to give all his cards, and then Ivan can choose whatever cards he wants to finish with. And there, Ivan is just like, bro is just like, just kill me, but man, it's already over. And victory goes to Ivan. Let's go Norway! And very well played from both players. And we are in the last round before top 8. And here we have 2 people who has already been on camera, Italo M and David A. Let's see if this is a win-in. I don't remember. But, this is the battle of the almost, the 30 health or 30 health adjacent heroes. And here we see a big attack coming out from David. Just from the straight of the game. This has been a notorious bad wizards, as Prism has been a natural predator of the wizard class, with them playing few poppers and big attacks. Auras they can't attack, and on top of that, Prism getting extra ward. She also have Spell Void built in. I think she's repping AB1 and Spell Void 2 and Ward 1. So not the greatest, but she is going to protect herself with her angels that are Ward 4. Which will surely be hard for Kano. And here we already see, with the triple block and the reaction to punish on turn 0. Uh-oh, might be looking bad for Kano. David going for Figment of Protection, as Prism's only goal is not to die to some random Kano high roll, which is why David will probably prioritize just keeping his life as high as possible and keeping non-stop pressure at Italo, making him not being able to set anything up and just have to like pray at the top of the deck grants him the, the damage he needs. Card to Arsenal. Let's see, does Italo have a blue? So he's able to shoot at the end of the turn? He's thinking about it. Always gotta give the wizards the opportunity to respond. It's a potion. Let's see, is there a card he can shoot? He's thinking, no, he's letting it stay. This might be a miss, or it might be a card that costs resources. Since Italo didn't have any, he's not being able to shoot it. I didn't quite see what it was. Maybe it was a Kindle? But I do see 2 Open the Floodgates, which is a really strong card if you're able to pump it up. So activating the wand. Giving +1 to the next spell. Here we see Open the Floodgates for 4. So has to pay for it as it's costing 2. Why did he have to pay for it? I think we are seeing some wizard shenanigans here, because didn't he pitch a blue for wand? Maybe pitched a yellow? I'm not quite sure. Yeah, there we see a Kindle. That's why he pitched it in this way, because he wanted to hold priority to empty his hand. Ah, I see. Oh, he drew into the Eye of Ophidia. This is very nice, activating Kano and being able to see what cards that will come up ahead. So since he didn't respond, Kindle has resolved. So 1 buff is coming. But the wand has not resolved, it seemed like. I think he did the wand and not the attack in response. So here's resolving Kano, and I think it's the card that gives resources if it deals more than anything. And yeah, so he resolved the wand. He wanted this to get +2, so David has to block it out, and he chose to just activate the Prism ability to flip the angel and just perfectly blocking it out with the Spectral Shield, not letting Italo draw any cards. Now Italo is sending the blue card without pump for 1, I think. And the turn ends. Kano draws up 4 cards and passes back to Prism, who still has taken 0 damage and has a 4 card hand with the card from Arsenal. Here he comes, Herald of Triumph. Usually the best one, but in this matchup it's the worst one. And he has another react to punish the block. Oh, these reacts are so backbreaking for when you're playing against Prism. Especially with a class without D-react. So now David is going to go and get another angel, another figment from their deck. This time surely it's Eurydice because he already has a card in Soul. Now he's got only 1 card in Soul. Never mind, my apologies. It is War, getting the Courage token. As he might be trying to get 2 cards in Soul to get the ability from Eurydice. But maybe ability is not the correct way to go, because Kano might be able to randomly kill the angel on your turn. which will end your turn. So maybe the more conservative way is to just go for the Herald beatdown, because it's much harder for Kano to interact with it. There you see, random Kano. It's a potion. Hey, that's always nice. Is the card another blue? Maybe gets another potion. Going to the store. 2 for 1. Getting a little drinky. Always nice. Stay hydrated, gamers. No, it's a card for Arsenal. Probably a red magic damage spell of any kind. Back to David. Here comes another Herald of Triumph. There's a lot of victory going on in David's side of the court. +1 because of the courage, making Italo blocks with his entire hand. Oof. This is scary. Now he's wide open for anything else. Luckily, because of the new weapon, there can only be one more Herald attack, because there's no way to get go again. And this is a Herald of Protection, which means he will gain another 5 life from this hitting, which is horrible for Italo. Italo is blocking for 3, just trying to preserve some life. David is going to get an angel. And maybe it is the Figment of Ravages now, just to get the extra point of value, trying to close this game out as soon as possible. No, he's actually going for the Figment of Triumph. Not that this takes matter, but he just wants the ward from it. And maybe an attack with an angel later. As the Erudition, which is usually the best, no need to get that, as you already have a card in Arsenal he's probably happy with. And he chose not to flip it, as I think he's probably only flipping when he needs to flip them. Let's see. Did Italo get a potion in Arsenal? That would be pretty sweet. No, then he probably would have played it was a potion. So it's most likely a red attack. And even though David can do stuff on Italo's turn, there's no point of doing it right now. You're just gonna send heralds until the angel comes home. Ooh, here's a Herald of Erudition. That is the scariest one, with the on-hit draw 2 cards, and Italo has no armor. It's going to connect. Unless he has started to play D-Reacts in Kano, which I very doubt. Here we see the powerful effective draw 2 cards going into the soul. Ooh, is it going to be the angel? Is it going to be the Figment of Erudition now? You know, the rich is getting richer. Why not stop? Why stop at 2 cards? Why not draw 4 cards? Yummy. And here we see it was the Figment of Erudition. Ponder hitting the battlefield, probably having way too many cards for that to be able to do something. And he's going to flip it for free. For free? Yeah, that's what the Imperial Rapture does. But this one might be risky, as if he attacks with the angel, he might lose it due to Kano shooting on your turn. So here we see if Italo is going to respond to the attack trigger. And you can respond to the attack trigger, but if they have banished, then you already have resolved the card, so you can't stop. You can't wait for them to banish and then shoot them. Italo just decided to take it, not trying to do anything crazy on your opponent's turn. And we might see David end his turn without drawing a single card, which is very unusual in Flesh and Blood, which is often just dedicated to this type of matchup where you draw 4 cards in a turn. And here we see the figment of Ravages pinging the wizard for 1 arcane damage. Might sting to get a taste of your own medicine. So let's see. Does David have any ways to cycle his hand? He will actually have 5 cards in his hand at the end of the turn. Not drawing a single card. This is insane. Oof. I see why they burned the books, people. You should. This is very, very weird. Let's see. Can Kano pull off a miracle through Ward 9? And your opponent having a lot of cards. We start with 2 Kano activations. Resolve 1. Get the potion. Or did he pitch a red, maybe? Okay, I think he just activated once. Just pitching a red as well. Resolving the other. It's a Sonic Boom. Pitching Sonic Boom. Activate 1. Shoot Sonic Boom. So this is coming in for 4. Yes, he was thinking if he wanted to do hold priority, do something respond. But just wanted to send the 4. So this is pretty free block from David. He's not even going to bother flip an angel, I think. He's just gonna let your addition go. It has done enough. You can flip on your turn. And he's like, okay, I ward 4. So sadly, the Sonic Boom will not be able to do the damage trigger, as it did not deal any damage this turn. It will still have an action point, so it's going to send the Destroy Arsenal card. Which name is escaping me right now, but it has amp. No, it has, if it dealt more than 1 damage, destroy a card in your opponent's arsenal. And let's see if Italo can be a real wizard and pull a rabbit out of his hat, of his wizard hat, as it's gonna take some crazy Kano turn to be able to get over this overwhelming amount of pressure and ward. And he's counting and sneaking. And he chose to block because he has a Kindle and a Wildfire in his hand. That's very unfortunate. Maybe. Oh. I was going to say if Italo got to get his Wildfire in Arsenal, there might have been an opportunity. But now I think he's just dead, as he has only 3 points of block, and there's going to come an angel, and then most likely a big attack, or just 2 angels, which will put him down to a very low. No, there will only be 1 angel. My apologies. He can only flip once per turn. There are not that many angels cards in the graveyard, as David has been hitting too much. Oh yeah, he's gonna flip Ravages because he's going to shoot Arcane, attacking for 7. This looks like it's over, folks. Shooting for 2, Italo has to go to 3, or he can A-B-2 and then go to 2. No, if he A-Bs, he goes to 1. Not an angel that you often see, but when the prison player spells Blood in the Water, this is often the one that finishes the game, as the the 6 damage and the evasion damage is very hard to deal with. And especially when there is often a Herald follow-up after this. Here's a pitch like that one. Get the card out. See if you can get another good card in your hand. Activate potion. Pitch blazing Kano. It's a spindle that he can't play. And it's over. GG. This was all 5 rounds now, folks, so we're going to go straight to the first round of top 8. Here we see a picture of the wonderful people from top 8. 3 invaders from Norway, while there are 5 stalwart defenders from Sweden. Which country will come out on top on this Pro Quest at Mindestage? Okay, now we are in the first round of the top 8. Let's go! We have Erika F against Christopher R. Sweden versus Norway. Christopher is the current Norwegian champion on his newfound love Fang. And as we seen earlier, Erika is on Aurora. According to LSS, this matchup can be Fang favored, so let's see if Christopher has cracked the code. It might be hard to see his equipment, but he's rocking Spell Void 1 and the usual business for Christopher. Erika is the higher seed, so she decided that she wants to go second, as makes sense when you're on aggro deck. Christopher starts by playing the generic mark card, which is called, oh my lord, Relentless Pursuit and Arsenaling. Starting very nice, not a giga high roll with fealty on turn 0, but still nice to get the mark train going, as Fang is a hero that scales very well when he has managed to complete this quest. It might his goal is to, as quickly as possible, be able to get the 3 fealties online. Here we see Erika with the 1-2 purge of Arc Lightning into a Lightning Strike. 1 Arcane and then 5 go again. Draw a card. 1 Arcane. Pretty good. As Christopher only have AB0 but Spell Void 1, he probably only wants to use the helmet to sacrifice when Erika have a Channel Lightning Valley out and is using the Sigil of Suffering that pings that deals arcane damage on Christopher's turn, making Aurora do the best Victor cosplay that she's able to do. Here's a block with the choose, and they're just making sure that every arcane is accounted for, quite easily to forget when everything pings, setting her up with a 9 HP lead. Not the worst, as the boots will most likely reset this turn due to Christopher swinging both the dagger. Ooh! Here we see double Savior Bloodshed, sending the dagger for 9. On hit, draw 2 cards. This is very scary for Erika. If she's able to use Face Purgatory, this would be an excellent time to use it, especially if she has a D-React. That could shut down the entire turn for Christopher, as she could block 7 with the Helm and 9 with the Grasp of the Arknight. But I understand why Christopher was not interested in blocking at all. This is a power play. Savior Bloodshed is one of the best cards for both Fang and the assassin that likes to mark, as threatening to draw a card and just pumping the daggers up are so good. I think maybe if Christopher had a blue, he might have split them up for 5 and 5. But maybe not, because he really wants the draw here. So here Erika needs to read. If Christopher has a single red draconic reaction, this is going to give +3, which will bump it up to 12. And there's no way Erika can block 12 and still have a turn. Especially when I'm seeing some 2 blocks in her hand. She's thinking about how is she going to end the turn. She's going to block 9, I assume, perfectly. Let's see. Christopher most likely has a reaction here, but Erika might have a single defense reaction to cover it up. Oh, he has Glint for go again. That's pretty cheeky. So he had the blue, but he had a card he couldn't use as he didn't want to start with it. Very interesting. He draws a card and gets go again. So now he has to send the sword, the other dagger. Oh yes, so she had a D-react here, but no Channel Lightning Valley. So I'm assuming she is blocking for less than 9. Only to punish here. But if Rias doesn't use the helmet, will he be able to get over the block with a single reaction? I am not certain. Let's see. He's at least thinking about if he was to pop the helm here. I think you should save it and just take it. And since you already had the sidestep, she has to block 4 to protect the dagger. Ooh, he even had this very cool +2 on the first weapon and +2 on the second weapon, which name is escaping me right now, and which have been very nice. The thing here now that Erika might not have a problem of letting Christopher draw 2 cards, as a lot of the fan cards are just buffed to daggers, and he can't block with any more of them. And she even says, no, you're not going to get to draw 2 cards. I want to keep my life. Which I think is interesting. I think maybe you just let him draw and just hope that he doesn't draw the actual attacks. But there's also an argument to just keep her life high and look for a better hand, as the only thing she would do was to send 4, which is not the worst in the world. Back to Christopher's turn. He has full tempo now, and how is he going to be able to turn it around? Another thing that's is nice, that since Erika blocked, she's still marked, but Christopher doesn't have a fealty. So maybe she was thinking just to try to delay him a little, and when she has a good hand, then she's not blocking. Because now he has to be able to hit before he can apply the mark again. So she might have slowed him down. And so here we see one of Christopher's favorite cards, and Erika's like, huh? What does this card do? And he calls it the slide, because you're able to attack with the dagger 1 more time and punish people for overblocking, but it's kind of bad if you don't block at all. But he finally finds a draconic pump, making it go up to 4 and get go again. There we see Erika gracefully placing one of the beautiful new sinks to pump it up, and he's giving it go again and drawing a card, as he wants more damage, since Perfilade, I think it's called, makes the dagger cost 1 less, so he can attack again, threatening the on-hit. But since you're Erika here, I think you don't care. You have another defense reaction. Just let him have the mark and see if he has the on-hit mark again, which you can punish by using your Sigil of Suffering. Yes, there's a scar tissue, but no, go again. So here Erika is going to get giga value. Christopher can't sacrifice the helmet, but then he's wide open for Arcane for the rest of the game. Unless the last card is also an reaction. Oh, he's actually doing it. He's like, yep, this is good enough. I pop my helmet. I get Remark and 1 fealty. Let's see if this was hubris from Christopher's side, as now he cannot defend himself from Arcane for the rest of the game. Unless if he draws Shelter, of course. Erika's thinking. How is the sequence? It's E-Strike, and I think she's going to draw a card here, because she's still way ahead on life, and most likely she's going to get a card, or at least the boots. So she's going to deal 4 damage and get the Arsenal. Oh, here we see a sync from Arsenal protecting protecting Christopher's life, but Erika is happy to get another aggressive card in the Arsenal. And now those CLVs with a single blue is able to draw a card because of Grasp of the Arknight. Ball back to Christopher's turn. He is thinking of the sequence. The Fang deck is still quite tricky to do. It's much easier when you have completed the quest, because then you can go full hand. But when you have to pay for the daggers, it's kind of awkward to get like the most value from it. But sometimes you can save yourself if you hit on the turns where you have an extra blue, so you can get the vigor and keep it throughout the game. But here we see you have to pitch a Huntsend because she's far from completing the quest to complete it. Ooh, and Christopher is going to complete the quest this turn. Never mind, folks. He managed to give it +2 and going up to 3 fealty, so he can send the last dagger for 3. Damn, that was a very... He got very nice value from that reaction card. Which name escaped me. Anyways, back to Erika's turn. She's leading off with the lightning card that gets go again. Ooh, with the nice CLV. Giving it go again and turning it into a snatch that draws a card. That's very nice. And now she needs to find a lightning card that she wants to pitch so she can keep the CLV for 1 more turn. So here's the interesting part. Is Christopher just going to raise her now as the quest is complete? Or is he going to try to farm some value with all the resources cards that are now being able to block? And here we see the perfect blue that can send sword and make an embodiment of lightning. Oh, and reassess, is that all you got to get extra value from it? Here we see a Ravenous Rebel revealing a lightning press. That's good to know about. Might be scary for Erika. Christopher is blocking for... And she has a lightning press in her hand already. She's going to create an embodiment, I assume, and keep the channel lightning, which is most likely going to hit, as it's impossible to play around a +3 for every attack during the turn. Blade Fury, it's called. Oh, it's so nice when you finally remember what the name of the cards are. And here is the guessing game begins. I think if you're Erika here, unless you have some bricks, I think you're just happy by declaring no blocks. He's already played 2 Savior Bloodshed. You're not marked, so there are not many scary on-hits that will come from Christopher. And you most likely will deal more damage back to him than he will deal to you. Unless my math is wrong. I think I saw a Skissik in her hand, and that's often a very nice card to block. Ooh, she's actually going for face purgatory here. Christopher has 3 cards, so yeah, it will not hurt him that much, as he already has completed the quest. But maybe she wanted to fish for a better hand, so she can find nice cards. I think also Erika said to me that when the face purgatory often don't are not live that often, so you really want to use it when you can use it. And here we see the punish, because since she blocked with it, Christopher had to throw a card just to get go again, so he can attack before. And now I think Erika must be really happy about this exchange. She still has 4 cards to work with, and an active channel lightning. So yeah, she's probably just gonna take this 5 damage and don't care about it. Very, very nice play from Erika, blocking and removing 3 extra damage from Christopher's turn. She definitely has tempo going into this next turn. Both players at 23. This match is not going to be very long. This is very interesting. She sends a exclude confidence, and I do believe Christopher has some defense reactions, and he just played attack. So if he's caught with a defense reaction now, that card is dead for the rest of the turn. It is very nice sequencing from Erika here, because it will come for 7. It will always have the text. So if Christopher is caught with a defense reaction in hand, it's just there forever. Oh, she had another channel lightning. Holy moly. She's going to draw 2 cards. That's crazy. And gets go again from the activation of Snapdragons. Oh my god. What a beautiful sequencing. Protecting herself from the D-React, and now she gets to go full pumping mode. Here's a Twine Lightning, fusing with Lightning. There's so many Lightning cards. Lightning Surge. I hope in the next Lightning sets they're not called Lightning. Would make my job very hard. Erika is content with actually pitching the lightning strike, because she wants to keep one of the channel lightning to keep the card draw going, being a 5 intellect hero, which is really nice. That's very interesting. She probably didn't have another lightning card in hand. Lightning Press it's called. So Christopher blocks out, cashing in some equipment, still have 3 cards to work with, and Erika gets an arsenal, and might be able to present a 6 card hand at the next turn. This is very scary. Here Christopher is annoyed of the big streamer dice and chose to use his own personal, which is of course allowed, as the most important part is the player gaming and not sadly the audience viewing experience. But that's what you got me, you know. So we're all agreeing they both have 1 dice, but the boots, the Valiant Dynamos, will not have it for long in this in this world. Oh, and here we see Christopher dropping 2 reacts, a Scar Tissue and a Show Devotion or something, which will give it doesn't have the on it. He doesn't make the fealty because it's the first chain link, so it's only damage, putting them back to 15-15. And I don't think you're scared when you're Erika, because you are going first, and there you see the power of Christopher cashing in the helmet. So now this is a snatch that will draw a card unless Christopher drew into a shelter. But if he did, I think Erika is happy, because then he has to block with a 3 block and discard the shelter So it will be very hard for him to not let her draw a card. And she still has one floating. With Tunic, she can make go again, Embodiment of Lightning, or she can send Starfall, which she has on her beautiful playmat. Christopher takes it, going down to 10, blocking with his chess piece, and here we see the second strike card that gets +1 and go again if opponent has taken damage, which also would have not taken damage if he would have kept his helmet. So Erika really got nice punishment for Christopher using it early. And it's going to leak over, taking 1. He gets a mark, is a rabble, revealing a red, because she's their goat. 4, go again. This is so much pressure. She has still 2 cards left. How will Christopher be able to come back from this? He takes 3, go down to Stitch, snatch, but no go again. So she possibly had 2 enders, or the big punishment is that he has a defense reaction. I think Christopher is saying, I'm only going to block with his arm piece for 1, taking 3. And then Erika is happy, like, okay, I'll make an embodiment, and I arsenal the last card. So 15 plays 3. This is looking grim for Norway, dear viewers, but maybe there's light at the end of the tunnel. Christopher still has a lot of cards to play with, and a Savior Bloodshed might save him. Erika also pitched 2 lightning cards, so she gets to keep Channel Lightning Valley. That's very neat. This is 4. Only draw a card. Erika might respect it. I'm not sure with 3 cards that Fang is able to deal 15 damage on 1 attack. But you never know. If it's 2 Hunts End or something silly, he might be able to go all the way. Yeah, and there's just some slight confusion here that it should have 2 counters, not the 1, because he blocked the sword and he blocked it later for 1. Yes, so no harm, no foul, just easy to forget the amount of counters that are on the equipment, and a good catch from Erika. Let's see. How will she respond to this 5 attack? Very, very likely it has go again. With reacts, I think it's possible for it to deal 12, but not 15. So I think she's safe not to say no blocks here. But if she had a react, she would definitely not say blocks here. But also blocking 5 is also okay, because then you force him to use the 1 card. So you take 3, go to 12. He draws a card, he gets a fealty. And now that is the last savior. And I think you're very happy if you see just the sword. It's extremely unlikely that you will die from this attack. Here you see a long whisker, giving it +2, can attack 1 more time. That's really nice. And then we see the make the fealty if you have 2 or more draconic chain links. And manage to get her down to 4. It is so close. But how will Christopher survive this turn? If Erika has any arcane damage, she will draw a card. Let's see. Oh, and that's the worst card for Christopher. Arc Lightning, which will draw a card. And every card here, she just need to present 3 go again cards. Snatch from Arsenal, getting super go again. Christopher with the defense reaction. Oh, he had to have drawn a shelter this turn. Maybe he finds 1 if he sinks here, that he might be able to survive. Puts a card face down, he's thinking. Takes the other card. Draw, is it a shelter? Erika's pointing, arcane? No, it's not shelter. And then she's playing Skyward Serenade, choosing the modes, and then waiting for Christopher to show her how he's not defeated. And Erika takes it! Very well played. Very GG for both players. It was a very exciting game. To the semifinals. And we're here with the top 4, the semifinals. And I'm back on camera, baby. Here it is, Alex M, undefeated, versus me, 4-2. Let's see if the fatigue Bravo can fatigue me, or I can slip and slide my way to the finals. This is going to be a long matchup. It's always tricky playing against decks that has a lot of life and a lot of, you know, ways to defend with defense reactions. So let's see what my plan is. Alex chose to go first. He's probably fishing for getting a early counter blessing so he can get some value, or getting an early sigil and getting an arsenal card. So I think it makes sense for it to go first, as you have a lot of cards that rewards you from playing first. And also, if your goal is to fatigue your opponent, he is sending the hammer, so he will be forcing me to discard 2 cards at the start of the game. So it's just gonna send hammer. And I am thinking that I want to block for 6, and I choose to block with 2 cards that are good codex targets, so I'm not that sad of losing them. And we go back to me, Tunic on 1. Let's see what I'm cooked with. Here is Hunter's Glaive for 1, and I'm Alex Snap Decision says no blocks, and I'm pitching to send CNC, pitching a red pick to pieces, as I just wanted more threats in my deck. I'm playing more than 60 cards, and because this is going to go for long, and I just need to have as much threat as possible. Here I point out there's a Sib, which Alex chose not to play this turn, as he had to lose his arsenal if he wanted to keep it, which would be quite awkward, as I do believe there's a good defense reaction, and I don't think that's correct if you lose the value from you get 2 life and you start a train, but you have to lose your defense reaction. Here I begrudgingly block with Take Up the Mantle. Yes, he is marked, but I don't have any of my good stealth cards in this in the graveyard. Now I'm going with Infiltrate, sending 3 go again, and I'm thinking if I want to use a reaction, and I do not, as it's only here to effectively remove 1 card from Alex. And in this matchup, it's very important to present daggers as lot as you can to get that chip damage and keep him marked. And here I present Death Touch, which is really good in this matchup, as it's a 1 cost possible 8 damage. And it can also be give inertia, so the opponent loses their arsenal, is they can't set up a defense reaction. And you're thinking, do I have Shred? No, I don't. I'm just going to arsenal the next card, but now all my codexes have so many good targets, so I have a lot of flexibility in what I want to do. And here we see 2D Hammer, the most value play from the Guardian. And I drew a Shred and a Bonds of Agony. So if I have a attack reaction in my arsenal, I might be able to cook here. Yeah, so here I'm blocking for 1, taking 5, telling Alex that here I'm might gonna use it. And here it goes. Bonds of Agony with Go again. I think I had 2 bonds in my hand, so if he blocks this one incorrectly, then I might just sidestep and send the other one. As bonds is not that important in this matchup unless that is just like a very big attack. But the most important part is that you get to remove cards and you get to see through your opponent's deck. Here we go, activating 1, flicking a dagger, marking my opponent, and I was just bluffing apparently. As I thought he surely would block the bonds, so now I look like a fool on the internet. Oh well. Anyways, let's see what's going on. I said with the pain in the backside, I'm pitching 1 to get dagger value by pick up the point, getting the dagger back. 3, go again. Doing my best to play a very poor Syndra deck in this matchup. I was considering using the Shred to get the extra value here, but I think I want to save it for another attack. Or I might just want to use it for dagger. And Alex is happy to 3 here. Yes, that's why I wanted to save it, because I have a Legion of Witness in my arsenal. So I am able to leak some damage and might be able to get some silver if I am choosing to use it. I'm thinking about... he's always going to block on my turn, so it's pretty safe to keep it in arsenal. As it's normal that you don't want the Arsenal Shred, as you might be able to keep it stuck. But here I just want to get the value from doing damage. And Alex responds with another D-React. And here's the weird part where we're both happy with the result. That he's happy because he didn't take damage, and I'm happy because he lost the D-React. And here's Hammer coming for 6. Alex slowly trying to run me out of threats and resources, and I have to respect the Hammer. If I say no blocks, I can only take 4 of those before I'm in blocking range. So I have to make do with what I can. Here is Infect coming in for 3. Go again. Alex blocks it for 3. I am flicking dagger. Important to get all the value. Marking. And I have a take up the mantle. Ooh, so now I'm going to turn it into a Bonds of Agony, making it into a 7 power attack. And I'm Tarantula Toxin, giving it -3 to the blocking card, turning it to 7, and Alex is blocking for 0. I just need to double check what the card does. So let's see, does Alex have a 7 D-React? As Guardian is one of the few classes that can do it unless you're playing Staunch Response. And he's taking the damage, so I get to take a card from his hand. This is very nice. Here I see 2 blues, Thunderquake, CNC, and another blue attack. And we're not new, so it would have been very sweet if I could play those attacks. But I think the correct thing is to take CNC, as that is the most efficient attack. And then I'm not scared of Codex giving him the value card with CNC. And here it's like, oh, this deck is so huge! Are you triple sleeving? And he's like, yep. So now you get the extra value of bonds that you get to look through your opponent's deck and find the cards, but you also get to find see information to see what kind of threats they're playing or how many D-reacts they have. So I usually take count of D-reacts, or if I see anything special cards. Like here I see there's 1 Oasis and there's 2 Remembrance. So he's here to play for a very long game. But it might bite him, as if he doesn't have Tunic, the Oasis can be awkward. And if I'm presenting on hits while he has Remembrance in hand, he might not be able to block efficiently. So yeah, for all you assassin players out there, always take a little extra time, but you have to be reasonable about it. So always do take the appropriate amount of time, so your opponent, so you don't use too much time, even though you're looking at a lot of cards. So it's a skill to be able to quickly pick up useful information and not overload yourself with the information. And here we're just I'm not sure what we're talking about right here. Maybe that he wanted to save the react. Or what we were going to do. Anyways, always nice to be yapping with your friends, even though we're playing for quote-unquote high stakes here. Alex turn, takes up Tunic, sends the hammer. Now I have to look at my hand, and is there any... I usually want to block with 2 or just a single card. Or 0 cards. It depends. The assassin joke, it depends. Takes up Tunic, my turn. I said Infiltrate with Go again, as this is a annoying card. If I can get the D-react, I gain some life, or if I can get a card I can play from Alex's deck, I might be able to do some funny shenanigans. I think my last card is a pain in the backside, so I'm just trying to force Alex to block here and giving him an inefficient turn. So you always have to have a good poker face when you're playing Slippy, so your opponent don't get the read on exactly what you're doing. And here we see Alex blocking with 2 cards. So my bluff gets paid off. I think Alex might not be able to use all the cards in his hand, so he just wanted to make sure that he didn't take extra damage from this turn. And he's sending the hammer for 6. Here, I think I'm blocking with, just a nick, as I don't have a good target for it. So I have to block with 2 attacks, which feels bad when I get Tunic on 3. But since I don't think I have a stealth attack in my hand, so I just want to take 2 cards from Alex. And I already have a good arsenal card, which is Codex. Oh, so now I get the extra punish. So now I can go for Death Touch to present 8 damage on this turn. And Alex has to give almost all his equipment if he wants to block it out, which I'm very happy with. Alex is choosing Crippling, which is interesting, as it's quite a hard card to use. But he has Crown of Providence, which might be hard to see due to the glare. So he can always just get it out of there if it's taking too hard. If it's too hard to get rid of it. Oh, his large card was a defense reaction. Very nice from Alex. He doesn't take any damage here. But as the assassin player, I'm quite happy when my opponent uses the gloves that can theoretically block 3 to prevent only 2. And then here I have full tempo, and I draw a Kiss of Death. Let's see if I have any cards to combo with it. Ooh, I have a Tarantula Toxin, so I get the max value of making it a 0 for 6. Does Alex have any responses to this? A D-react maybe? Or is he going to take 7? And I have another Kiss of the Death in my hand. This turn can get filthy. Quite lucky drawing the Tarantula Toxin off the top when I have more Kiss of Death in my deck. The thing is, it's just damage for Alex, so even if he has a 7 react, he might just take it because he might care about the next attack more. So he has to think about it. Oh, here we see he gets quite the value from the quick dodgers, because I'm definitely going to attack for more, and he gets 1 life and perfectly blocking 6. And I'm just wondering if it will prevent from the flick knife, but it will only prevent from the damage, so I can still get the flick knife's value, and I'm happy with this exchange. So I'm sending a infect for 3, no go again, but only blood rot, and still representing 2 card. I see I have a +3 react, so I'm choosing that I want the damage from this card as it's represent more than the value from flicking, from getting the extra damage from Kiss of Death. So I flick it, take 2, and he's choosing to block 3 with an effect. So I'll pump it up to 5. Is the last card in hand a defense reaction? No, he takes 2. Gets a blood rot token, and I get another Kiss of Death for Arsenal, for other combos later. Ah, it was a sigil, so he gets back the life. Sometimes it might not be a problem getting the assassin full tempo, as I draw not a good card. I draw a Shelter from the Storm, as I wanted to have some defense against the Bravo Menace. So I have to, but I luckily draw a blue, so I'm able to convert his hand in a meaningful way. And he has showed that he's not willing to block it, which means that my Take Up the Mantle is now live, which can be very scary. So another Kiss of Death, 3, go again. And now I'm thinking, am I going for bonds now, or do I have to wait? I do at least have the option. I have a lot of options at this turn, actually. And if I have another stealth attack, I think it's correct to wait. And here I go for the value. So I get another dagger equipped. I'm going to flick, take dealing 2. Now I think I'm considering putting the D-react in Arsenal. And I'm happy IPing myself here, because I got 1 card out. He still has the crippling, but I'm kind of protected from it, and I wanted to have more reactions so I don't get blown out by a defense reaction. And here we see the hammer swinging for 6. Alex has not been able to play a single Count Your Blessing this game. So they are quite awkward to draw, as he's under 20. And here I'm just happy taking 6, I think, as I have cards to enable my daggers. And I don't need to arsenal another card. Or I might just slam the reaction to protect myself for getting 4 life, which is most likely what they are. And I'm just happy giving him the 6 life when I am 10 life ahead. +21 plays 17. Tunic on 3. I'm double checking my graveyard for codexes and Take Up the Mantle lines, as I One bonds. I only think I have one bonds, so I have to play the other one to be able to get it over with. Dagger, and he drew shelter from the storm, stopping my dagger, making sure that this made my turn very awkward, as now my take up the battle is very bad. So now I'm sure feel silly because I didn't use the D-React, as this would have been a very good time to Arsenal take up the mantle. So now considering just using it for a +2 or +1 in this this scenario. The boss is still active, it's just kind of bad. Alex is tired of having the Creeper Crush stuck in his arsenal. He's blocking for 2 and representing a defense reaction. I think I might be happy just to let this go. Okay, here it goes. Flick, no value. Boots, no value. As it already has go again. Yeah, I was hesitating. And then take up the mantle for +2, putting it on 6. So I was like, yeah, you probably have a defense reaction. But let me see if you got it. And sometimes you just gotta be bowling. Yeah, he has the sink. I'm just happy that forcing it out, sending 3 damage. Alex is happy to block and keep his game plan, but now he has very little armor, so it might be hard for him to protect himself for my next disruption. And here's the hammer. I drew a Codex of Frailty, so I'm very happy just using the shelter from the storm as I intended to just gain 4 life. And I have a hand that plays, so I'm sending Backstab, which is a very scary card when he has a lot of defense reaction. He has to respect this card, or he might not be able to block, or he might be able to leak a lot of damage this turn. And here, me and Alex are bantering about me pumping it with all my cards. Now Alex is counting threats, which is very important to do in a matchup, as you can only have 3 of each reaction. So he's thinking about how much respect he needs to put on it. And he blocked it for 3. And I'm sending a Leave No Witness, threatening the Arsenal card. And I'm thinking about Arsenal in the Codex, so I'm thinking about going longer. And here Alex is happy to take 1 and lose his Arsenal. Oh, because it was a Giga defense reaction. So now he has only 1 card left, and I am happy with this exchange, as I got 3 cards out of his hand. Yeah, I don't draw all my cards, but I might be able to get a more sneaky turn next turn. And now Alex didn't Arsenal because it's a blue. So now he's extra vulnerable to Codex of Frailty. He's like, yeah, I take 1. And now he has to respect Mark of the Black Widow, as his 3 go again. On hit, banish a card from your hand. I have a Shred in hand, but I don't remember what the last card is. If it's a reaction, I'm probably gonna dump everything here to get the best Codex I can get. So I have the option to do CNC, and I have also the option to do Death Touch. And here I'm happy sending, give you +3 and on-hit Blood Rot. So this is this is 8 damage, and Alex is at 16 and he has to lose a card. This might hurt him a lot if he doesn't have a defense reaction. But here I want him to have defense reaction because I'm keeping the shred in my hand. So I have accidentally set it up quite a conundrum for him. And we're just yapping a little, having a friendly talk about the game. Alex is thinking, he's deep in thought. What is the next thing I want to do? As this is a tense game. Alex is taking, and he's going for the staunch response. Blocking it 7. And he's going to play CYB, so make sure he doesn't get punished by the punished from the card. And then I shred it, so I'm going over. He doesn't lose a card, but he gets the blood rot. And there's no cards in hand. So this codex is going to be 8 damage with the Death Touch. And Alex is at 14. He's going to go super low. Oh, it's like, well, yeah, he thought he could take any action card. I'm like, no, sir. On the action card, he's like, oh shit, that is not that good. Because Stamp would have been a pretty cool card to put in Arsenal. Protect him himself, getting some intellect. So I might choose Inertia here. It depends on what Alex chose. And he chose a Chokeslam, which I'm definitely not scared for, so I'm always going for Blood Rot here. Taking him down to 8, giving him another Blood Rot. I ponder. Ooh, and it's a Orb Winner Spinneret when I had, which is crazy good in this late game. Alex takes 4 and passes to me. I draw Tunic. I have Justinic. I have a lot of different cards, and I'll equip the Giraffe, or the Giraffine as it's called, but I like calling it the Giraffe as the viewers at home yeah. I lost my train of thought. I'm calling the Giraffe. This is my video. End of story. And here's a Kiss of Death coming in for 6. Go again. And when you're 4, this is a really scary card to see. If you don't have a way to prevent the flick, because then you will go to 2. I'm just readjusting the decks, making sure everything is in order. And now every blue is kind of scary, because now I have good daggers for the rest of the game. And every time I draw another Orb Winner, that will give me another card to flick. And this is sometimes the problem with the CYB, because they might be awkward to play. If only Alex had a Tunic, he could have played Staunch and used the Tunic, so it was very unfortunate for him not having the ability to keep one card in hand, but he would have lost it, so it was not the worst thing in the world. I think he was just got a little trapped by the Mark of the Black Widow actually having good text. I'm looking through my graveyard, and Alex wants to look through my graveyard, look for different threats, especially since this Kiss of Death. You should count all the Torrential Toxins. And you should count the spikes, because those are the most dangerous for you on this turn, as I am threatening the extra flick value from it. And here it is. Top 8 is untimed, as one knows. So here Alex is thinking about what is in my hand. And I think it's very hard to guess correctly here, as I have 4 cards in hands, and I'm just waiting for him to show me the block. He has a defense reaction, but I think it's a blue one. And then it's blocking for 5, which is a very bad number when I'm attacking for 6. Apologies, it's only 3 cards, but it's still a lot of cards to worry about. I think he has to block for 6 at least. The on-it is very scary if you can't stop the flick effect. And I think I'm just pointing out that you're soon in the Kodachi lock, my friend, or the dagger lock, as we assassins like to talk about. I think we're talking about how it might be hard for Bravo to fatigue in the late game, as the daggers are really annoying to block without, since they have piercing, and pitching for the shield to block the giraffe doesn't feel like the correct line. And here I have the Giga Tarantula Toxic, putting it up to 9 and removing 3 block from the card. And he's playing another Staunch. I'm like, oh no, he blocked it out, crazy. Then I'm pitching Dagger. And a little early there, and boom, it's GG. I got very ahead and lucky in this game. I would like to thank Alex for being a very good sport and a very great game. So I'm in the finals. Let's see if Norway can win. Here we are in the finals. And to everybody's surprise, it's Norway versus Norway. Let's go. So the long upheld tradition of Norway and Sweden never getting to win on home turf is keep going strong. And here we see me, again Peter Bros, versus Ivan, which we saw later playing the excellent game against the Prism player. Let's see how this match will go. As the higher seed player, I chose to go second, as I want to be the one who attacks the hands first. Ira can be very defensive and present quite hard to block with the daggers. So this might be a tricky matchup for Slippy if the Ira player manages to present damage and get good D-reacts. Here I was joking with my friend that I have the 1 die ready for both of us, handing it back and forth, as it will be a lot of 1 or 1 to 6 represented in this game. Slippy being on 38 is also a little detriment at the start of the game when you're going second, but I still believe it's correct to go second. Kodachi for 1. I take the damage. What is the follow-up? It's a cut through, coming in for 5. And I think I should block with 2 cards here. Yeah, which I do, as I don't want to leak too much. But I think I have 1 or 2 good cards in my hand that I want to keep. So I'm thinking, I'm like, yeah, no blocks on this. So I take 1, and here's the annoying 1 to finish. I'm like, even I'm not blocking this. You can take the damage. If I had not a strong card, I probably would have blocked here, but since I had strong cards, I chose to sacrifice 1 life to keep them. Here we go. There's my second Kiss of Death, which is a little annoying as it... I don't have any setup for it, unless if I have a blue and a spike with Blood Rot. That would be really sick rip. And I think Ivan is not too unhappy to see the second wall already this early in the match. See, Ivan is counting. He's trying to figure out how he's get the most value from his turn. And I see a cut through in his hand, so he really wants a dagger to hit this turn. And which is most likely will do, as it's like the only card that punishes you for not blocking a dagger early. So you can almost assume that if you have pitched, it has go again in one shape or form. Unless if your opponent knows your hand and then soul reads you. So here's the question that Slippy asks every turn when they have cards in hand. Are you going tall or are you going wide? And your job is to figure out that. So the more defense rex you have, it's easier, of course. But sometimes, when you don't have defense reaction, that's when you gotta turn that big old brain on and figure out what the opponent has. Or practically you have to just guess. So Evil said, no blocks, going for a flick flack. And I just have to remind myself exactly what it do. So this is very good now, because now is going to get extra value from the next card blocking for combo card blocking for extra. So I just chose to send a dagger, dealing 1 damage, getting marked. And then I send a Leave No Witness. So here, if Ivan has a combo card, he can block it out for 5, which is very nice. But I also see he has a Shelter from the Storm. So he might be interested in just using Shelter to block it out. I try to flick. Does Ivan respond? No, he just takes the 2 damage. Goes to 37. And then he plays Shelter to block it out, keeping the Arsenal card. I also my last card. Passing to Ivan. You know what time it is? It's Kodachi for 1. My apologies. The typical Ira start. The go again die seem to have disappeared somewhere, and I think Ivan is trying to look for it. There it was. So we try to keep it nice and clean for the viewers. I declare no blocks. Ivan is thinking about should I go dagger, or should I go cut through, or should I go the card in arsenal? As I also have a defense reaction. I think I took it in for... I think that Ivan's deck is a little aggressive and I want to protect myself. I also see that Ivan is playing Crown of Providence, which is an interesting choice, as he chose not to go for Mask of Momentum. I think he thinks that he has to keep all the cards and be able to protect his arsenal. So he was thinking about sending CNC for 7 And I'm happy I used the defense reaction to block the attack. As I might have been stuck with the defense reaction, not being able to use it. Here goes Art of Desire Body. With 3, go again. If it batters a red card, I'll get to draw a card and gain a life. I think I have a reaction and I chose not to use it as there's a lot of blues in the Ira deck. So I feel really sick if I hit a blue. And here I have Bonds and just a dick. And quick as the wind, I slam the boots. Not hopefully not telegraphing too hard that I'm going to use them the next turn. Or maybe I'm just wanting to block to prevent the damage from Cutter, you know? It's a spinning wheel kick, coming in for 5. Ira Classic. And I'm thinking, should I block? And I block with 1 card to preserve some life, as I need to be able to tag damage. And here I'm like, oh, what a good draw. Here I have Bonds of Agony, Jestedic, and Torrential Toxin, and a card in Arsenal. And now Ivan can get whatever defense reaction he wants because of Raise the Alarm. And that's really cool that it's not like tied to generic defense reaction. So here you can go and get the Wax Off, which is a 0 for 5, which effectively counters my Just a Nick. So this was very, very well played by Ivan here. Not going for the Kodachi and saving that for another turn. And he has a lot of options. I think it's very cool that you can get Shelter from the Storm if you see that the flick is needed for the combo. Ivan gets the 0 for 5, which makes sense. And I proceed to declare no blocks, taking 5 damage, putting Ivan pretty ahead in the matchup. He has a 11 life lead. But let's see how the next turn shapes out. There are some 2 blocks in the deck, so Ivan is probably hoping to draw defense reactions, and I'm just helping cleaning up so we can get home. It's very late and we both have a 3-hour trip back to Norway. Oh my god, he drew backs off. Crazy. And I'm just starting with, okay, you know what's happening, Ivan? Tunic, Bonds to 1, go again. I actually forgot it. Oh my god, this Peter B guy is a scrub! Ivan gracefully allowed me to take it up, which is very nice by him. I don't think I use it this turn, but still sloppy of me. In the finals you need to lock in, boys. So Ivan declares no blocks. And I noticed that one of my sleeves has slight color, so I destroy it and equip one of my extra backup sleeves. Just for these occasions when sometimes when you buy a pack of sleeves and the colors are the same, but when they are together it doesn't look the same. So now nothing is wrong and the sleeve is the correct color. So here Ivan, he has, sorry about that, he was still thinking about blocks, and I'm asking if that's all the blocks, so he's blocking for 1. I go just a nick, up to 6. And I'm thinking about, should I Torrential Toxic for 1? And I don't think it's correct here. I think I have a reaction in my arsenal. So my option is, I can just flick and activate the boots here, or I can bait, or I can be confident that Ivan wants to use the reaction here and just declare priority pass, which I do actually. So Ivan sends the reaction out. I give it -3. So he is only blocking, and I choose to use the boots, as I don't want to flick the dagger. Popping it up, so it goes up to 9. And Ivan is currently blocking 3. So he needs to block 6 more to be able to stop it. Let's see. Sig Blow, going up to 4. And discard Shelter. And we did a mistake here. That we are counting. Oh yeah, I used the 2D on the same turn, so Ivan was very nice for letting me get back. So I'm going into Death Touch. But we counted wrong, as I am currently going over by 1. And one in the audience asked if we could stop playing because we simply said the wrong thing on the cards, and he ran to get a judge, as the board state is wrong, as Ivan is currently blocking for 7 and not 8, and we thought he was blocking for 8, which why he wanted to discard Shelter so he could protect himself for the next attack. And now sometimes assassin math get kind of difficult. Up, down, up 3, down 3. So we're quite in a peculiar board state, as the bonds should have hitted for 1 here if he chose not to play the Shelter, and that would be very unfortunate for Ivan, as why would he not just play the Shelter instead of discarding it for the ability? So we're gonna see in a minute here what the judge ruling is. We're still trying to count trying to count the correct amount of damage, as it needs as we need to make sure that everything is correct. But we got confused by 5 minus 3 is 2 and not 3, so we thought it was 4. And here the judge is just confirming what went wrong and trying to understand the situation. Last time I was playing in Sweden, I also got into a bit of a judge call, so I've been very unlucky on my camera games. As we were lucky that one of the persons told us, so we are able to fix the board state, as this matters a lot if he discarded it or not. And then everybody, we got slightly confused by the minus dice, and we're trying to figure out exactly what to do in this situation. My suggestion is that we rewind, as it would be very unfortunate for Ivan and for me that that we just forget the damage and move along. As we're in the same turn, we should be able to rewind the turn. So now we're doing the rewind. Defense reaction goes back to hand. And here we see everybody's helping. we go back to the board state that made the confusion. So 2D gets counters, Death Touch backs to hand, Shoe back, and defense reactions back to hand. So Ivan gets the option to block the way he wants. And we go back to where we ended. And here I very specifically says, so you are currently blocking 3, not 4. And we are back to everything being correct again. So now Ivan has 2 defense reactions and just a blue. So he's probably just going to block it out again and just block the Death Touch for 3. And then taking 5 damage. Which you're still ahead, but I have full tempo. Important to take another sip of water. Calming myself so I will not make a similar misplay or present the board state wrong in the next rounds. Yeah, so here we go back to the same situation. Ivan is now currently blocking for 11. Which is more than enough on my 9. And we're happy. And said Tunic and Death Touch for 6. So very sloppy from Peter this this start of the match. I hope he clutches up in the rest of the game. And small side note, I was very happy with the Death Touch in the Slippy. It can be awkward, but it's just like so much damage, and when it lines up, it's really nice to be able to punish stuff like this where they're blocking. Here I had like the very huge turn, but Ivan gracefully played around it by using the defense reaction nice. And here I'm just counting how many does he possibly have left. So here Ivan can either block to present 3 life, or I think it was a blue to send 3 more damage back my way. And he's ahead, so I'm wondering if it's correct to take the 6 to send 3. No, Ivan wants only to take 5. And look for a better turn, hoping that that I can't convert my entire hand very well. So after a long long turn, we're finally back where everything is normal. I passed Ivan. He takes the damage. Goes to 32. It's my turn. Tunic up. I draw another Shelter from the Storm, which is not good when you are ahead. And apparently I don't draw any red, so sending a Mark of the Black Widow, threatening to flick a dagger to take a card from Ivan's hand. And I think my last card is a CNC. So I think my line is going to pitch both my reds to send CNC just for damage, which is quite awkward when Ivan doesn't have a arsenal. No, I actually have a codex as well, so I can pitch for CNC and just arsenal the card. Just presenting some damage. Getting some cards out of Ivan's hand. And there, one of our friends are leaving. So it's nice to get a fist bump. It's nice in the Fab Nordics community. Everybody is so nice, and a lot of people know each other. So it's very, very, very nice play area. Here we see Ivan blocking it for 3. I think that's okay. I close the chain. It seems like I'm thinking about just playing the codex. Which means I'm just going to discard a card. Giving Ivan a card in his arsenal. because I can either send the CNC, Arsenal the defense reaction, or I can play the Codex, get Death Touch, pitch the defense reaction. Lots of I have a Lethal Witness, I think. So I think I should threaten the Arsenal. Let's see what I get. Yeah, I'm actually going for the Death Touch lineup. Yeah, I'm going to pop. Because, yeah, my thought is that Evil has to discard a card, so he has only 2 cards left. So if he doesn't want to get hit by Death Touch, he has to give me his entire hand. And CNC for 5 and 6 is not that threatening. So I'm waiting for Ivan to discard one of his cards. Not the cleanest way, but hey, when in Rome, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, you know? I'm wondering if the... Yeah, I'm thinking this is a nice line, because if I went for Leave the Witness, I don't get to cycle all my cards in my hand, and he can Crown of Providence to get the value back. This time at least I'm pressuring his life lead, as he has already lost 2 cards this turn. Oh, here we see Ivan blocking with the dual threat and a reaction, blocking it out, keeping the CNC for a rainy day. I draw off Ponder and Arsenal. Ivan's turn. He's just going to pass. And I draw another Codex, which can be interesting since I know he has a card he wants to protect in his arsenal. Ooh, and I have a Bonds to start it off. This is very nice. I don't see how many reactions I have in my hand, but I don't think I'm bluffing. So I need 2 reactions here as to make it online, as I have only Flick Knives. So maybe I should have kept just Flick Knives instead of the boosts for it being easier to activate this turn. But I see a Orb Weaver Spinneret, so maybe I'm actually bluffing here. But it's so hard not to respect the bonds when the Slippy player has 4 cards in hand and Afflict Lives. Let's see if Ivan calls the bluff or if he's respecting it. Because 7 is a normal breakpoint, so it makes sense to block 4. No. There has to be 2 reactions here, which means it's going to be 7 or 10. So that makes it a little hard to block, actually. And yes, he has the 2 block on the equipment, so I guess he could try to block. Ivan ends up blocking 3. And as this is a bluff, I think I'm just happy getting any cards. So I choose to Flick Knives now. I think is to bait out a shelter, which Ivan did not use. And I also want to equip the giraffe for extra value, so I just want to Flick now for the for the opening up my knife knife possibility. Yeah, so I was bluffing. So here it comes, pick up the point. I don't have tunic, so I'm not gonna pick it up, and I also want to equip the giraffe. So Eva declares no block, no longer mark. Here comes pain in the backside. Are you going to take this as well? This is a 0-4-4 effectively. Still applying mark. Oh, so Ivan is blocking that with another blue block. And I have 2 cards left in hand. I close the chain. I play a Giraffine, getting +3, and the giraffe. Good old giraffe. And yeah, and my last card is Codex, so I think I'm going to go for a stealth attack. Because I'm not going to pitch it to send the giraffe. That would be quite not the value proposition. And I have a infect here, so it's still, it's not a disruption, but it's representing 8 damage. Unless he gives me both of his cards again. So I'm being very aggressive here and not disrupting as much, but Ivan is respecting. I think he has a D-react here. Yeah, so a clean block, and he's trying to seek to find a blue, I think. So he can CNC for go dagger, CNC for 7. Which would be kind of annoying, as I... that would be hard to block. But I have Crown of Providence to protect myself. Yeah, so Eva drew a red, so it's only CNC for 5. Very unfortunate here. And I think this is very easy for me to just use Crown of Providence here. To get it... get my free CNC value. As often it's the people playing against the assassin that gets this opportunity. Just doing a quick count, checking if there's any cards I'm not thinking about in my opponent's graveyard. And since it's also for 5, you're only taking 3 damage, so this feels a pretty nice value. Draw. Leave no witness. Not the nicest thing to draw when the opponent doesn't have a arsenal card, but I guess it's something. It's still a okay ender. Down to 23. 23 plays 28. I have full tempo. Here is the Art of Desire Body, which I already told you earlier. I don't think I'm going to react on, as it's most likely not going to draw a card in this matchup. But Ivan respects it and blocks it for 3. I am thinking... oh, here's a Bonds of Agony. Coming for 1. I think I have a lot of reacts in my hand. Surely, and I remember saying, surely I'm not bluffing this time. But we gotta mix it up, you know? Maybe, what if I'm crazy at bluffing without go again? That would be pretty insane. This is an intense match we're having here. Who gets to go home to Norway with the gold foil and the invitation to Pro Tour Singapore. Ivan is counting how much block does he have in hand. And he's choosing to block 9. He had another mono red hand here. And I'm counting. Can I get over it? And I can, because I have I have two spreading. I have two spike with blood rot, so I can make it 9. No, 10 with double blood rot on it, and I have tunic. So here I'm thinking, am I going to, since I already used 2 Keys of Death, I think it is foolhardy to keep one of them in hoping that I'll be able to draw another. So I think it's the correct thing is just take the damage here. You get to look through the deck so you can count the reacts, even if you don't disrupt it. But he doesn't have any more cards in hand, so you know that this is unblockable damage that is coming this way. And it's important to catch up and get ahead. As most of Ira's turn doesn't disrupt you, so I can be in full control of how I'm attacking. The only annoying part is that since I have a red, I can't Arsenal, but I'm like, yeah, we're balling. So I use Tunic to play one of them. Pitch and Flick Life the Giraffe, turning it into boom, Bombaclat. 10. Double blood rot on it. So Ivan takes 2. I think he's blocking for 8. No, he was blocking for 7 actually. Yeah, because he had 2 blocks. Yeah, so taking him down to 20 seemed like a very, very good proposition to me. And I was jokingly, whoa, I can't find the card in your hand here. And then we're just cleaning up, closing up the chain, and moving along. I saw some good cards, a Shred, Take Up the Mantle, a Orb-Winner Spinneret, a Pain in the Backside. Quite a good hand to push some damage. I might be able to end. I don't think there was a stealth card, so I might not play the Orb Weaver, as I want to have the buff as well. I'm not playing the red one just to equip the giraffe, even though the token is very funny. Back to me. Ivan passes after taking 4 from the Blood Rot token. Nothing he could do, as he didn't have any cards in hand. And I'm start with Pain in the Backside. To see if Ivan respects it or not. I might Shred on it, as it gets the on hit. If I care about the mark. Oh, I see Ivan with a race face in hand, which is really not good, as there are only Shred that is stopped by a race face, as all the other cards care about keywords and not classes and talents. Which I am assuming he's just having it here because he can then go a 2-card 8, which is very powerful. But you have to have be able to keep 2 cards, which can be tricky if you don't want to take so much damage. And Ivan declares no blocks. He takes the 4, goes down to 16. I close the chain. I play Orb-Winner Spinneret. I equip the giraffe, +3 to the next stealth attack. And yeah, since he didn't block, I'm choosing to take the damage and pitching to send the dagger for 4, go again, as it's the first stealth attack this turn. So 3-card 8. Slightly undervalued, but that's that's Assassin for you. So I even pitched a yellow, so I can't go dagger afterwards, sadly. I don't remember what I'm talking about. I think I have cold hands. And Ivan is considering using the Crowd of Providence. No, that can't be right here. I don't see his hand, but is it that bad that he needs to use Crowd? Only if he drew like four more reds. But then he should have blocked the first attack a little to respect the on hit. As blocking 3 there is the same as blocking 4. But maybe he has a lot of 2 blocks. I see a alarm is there. And Ivan is blocking. Yeah, he already has an ender. So he just wants to take less damage. So he takes 2 and he's no longer marked. 23 to 14. Ivan finally gets a play this turn, so he's really happy. Kodachi for 1. Been a hot minute since we said that. And I'm not going to block it as I'm very far ahead and I have no reason to use 1 card to prevent 1 damage. It's Kodachi for 2. Go again. I say also no block. And then it's raise the alarm. And I'm like, oh my god. I go to look at my hand. And there you see Justinic take up the mantle, Mark of the Black Widow, and Codex. So here I think the best card for Ivan to get is Shelter from the Storm, as then I can't flip my card. He won't be marked, so the Mark of the Black Widow don't have text, and I can't flip it into something else if I want to do it. Let's see which card Ivan wants to get. I think he has a defense reaction in the last card in his hand as well. So he's pretty protected here. If he does, then he really should get Shelter here, stopping. Then my turn would be pretty stopped in its tracks. But he goes for Wax Off. Interesting. I don't think Ivan sees the line here, as the 0 for 5 is good, but if you just discard Shelter, then I'm kind of stuck with a very awkward hand, as the bonds I can't use the Justinic. And I think I was thinking, yeah, if he gets Shelter, I'm going to block with Justinic. But since he didn't do, I'm going to go for the big pump time. And I'm already just lining up the 3 because he knows what's going to happen. Here it is, Mark of the Black Widow, 3, go again. The life totals are 15 to 14. Let's see if Ivan can maneuver this line correctly. Remember to drinking. Get the power to the brain. Stay hydrated. Moving my backpack so nobody takes my stuff. There's like no people in the hall left. Oh, camera gets slightly adjusted. Let's go. Camera gets slightly adjusted back. I'm just asking for a paper because I was going to be funny while Yvonne was taking Heia Norway! I wrote Norway, which was very hard to see, but the camera got readjusted. Hooray! Here, Ivan is going to use the Crown of Providence, swapping his Arsenal card. So surely it was not a direct to have the most block in his hand. So here we're probably going to see a very tall attack. Flick Knives. I'm definitely going to turn this into a bonds to get the max value from the Justinic. Then I resolve it, turning it into Bonds of Agony. That's 2 reaction. So now it is at 4. Then I go Justinic, turning it up to 9 and up to 12 from its own ability. So this is a Giga Bonds. And we are very carefully counting. Don't want another mishap here. So Ivan needs 10 more block in the reaction step. And I'm like, yeah, why not? We're here to ball. So I'm pushing it up to 15. And since I have Codex in hand, and Ivan's arsenal is open, and he used the Crown of Providence, I think this is the correct line, even though I used the last of my Take Up the Mantle. But because it's like, there's no way he can block 15, right? He has 5 we know about. Okay, 7. Plus 8! That's 15! Holy moly, and Ivan is laughing. Yeah, he was like, yeah, there's no way. And I was like, yep. You're the GOAT. I'm like, close the chain, it's Codex time. So now I'm going for the Leave No Witness. As he has to give, he can't protect the card in Arsenal unless he gives me Tunic. I'm just lining up the damage die because he knows what is coming. The normal rule is that if you don't want to fight for it, you don't put a red. If you do want to fight for it, you put a card, put a red. Here I'm just also a little sloppy, giving out the tokens in the wrong order. So here's the attack for 4. Let's see, does Ivan had another defensive reaction? Oh, it's a 3 block. But it's blocking for 8 babies because it's a double flickfack gave it bonus. And then I say, ponder to me, and I'm not gonna bother giving you frailty as you're not going to do anything. And Ivan says, okay. Very well played by Ivan, protecting the CNC for another day. So here comes Persuasive Prognostics coming in for 1. And this has the opportunity to give me some life and take some cards from Ivan's hand. Let's see if he has more defensive reactions or other good ways to block it. Here I'm thinking about what type of reacts that are left in his deck, and maybe I can sniff out if there are any in his hand. Ivan is thinking, what is the play? If he has a wide spread of cards, he might just take it, as if just losing 1 card from his hand and he can still play, then it's not that bad because all the blues are replaceable. So if there's a blue on top, there's not a big punch if he loses it. If he's going to block it, he should definitely block it for 4 or 6, as those are the numbers that protects you from the cards. From the reactions, I'm sorry. I'm a little tired from recording all this awesome Fab gameplay. Shout out to Shaheen for taking the stream setup and giving us a funny little stream for everybody to be watching. So he decides to block for 3. Do I have a react? Is the big question. Ooh, I see a shred. And I see a +3. So here's the question. Do I make it up to 4? Or do I make it down to 3? I don't have a glaive anymore, so I think shred is the nicer card unless I have something I want to use my resources on that are not the giraffe. Yes. No, it is take up the mantle because Ivan is marked, so I'm turning it into bonds again. And I'm shredding and I'm giving it a plus. So now it's going up to 7 and Ivan is blocking 0. I'm like, there's no up to 10. Yeah, because it's 2 + 3. And there's no way you're blocking this one, I said. Yeah, because Ivan didn't take any damage last turn. That's why he was marked. So Ivan takes 10, and I see a dual threat, take up the tempo, and a blue. So I'm thinking that I should go for the blue, as that makes the hand most awkward. Kind of filthy going bonds for 15 into bonds for 10 the next turn. So I must have counted wrong. That I must have seen wrong. Sorry, dear viewers. Apparently that is the last take up the mantle I have in the deck. And removing the blues is not that important, but that even gets down to 3 is quite backbreaking here. But what are you gonna do when they have 13 of value in the reactions? And what's the last card that I have in Arsenal? Is it an attack, or is it something that might be awkward to use? I shuffle Ivan's deck and present it back to him. I use Tunic. It's pick up the point, which is really strong right now because I get back my Hunter's Glaive, and now I can put Ivan in the Kodachi lock, as he has to respect these cards, and he's only left with either a red or a yellow. And I'm at 15, so I can just take everything. He's blocking with the 3, and I'm considering if I want to flick here, as I still have some Orb Weavers left in my deck. I don't know what I'm doing off screen. Yeah, oh yeah, the pad was running out of a battery, so we just had to make sure that it has enough power to last throughout the game. Yeah, and I accidentally bumped into my life, so I went back up to 15. So we're just double checking that the life is correct. And don't you worry, dear viewers, these rounds are untimed, so even though it looks like we're running out of time, we are good to go. So here's just the CNC that we knew Ivan had in his arsenal, coming for 6, and there's no point of me blocking this. So I'm just gonna take 6. Maybe I'm actually considering blocking it to see. Yeah, I'm blocking it for 3 because it's a card that I can't use, so I might as well just get the block value from it. And here I'm very interested which dagger that I decide I want to use. So I start with the Hunter's Glaive coming in for 1, and I think I have a Tarantula Toxic, so it's gonna be really hard for Ivan to survive this turn. And now I decide to use the, the big resource dice. Well, I've not been pitching for much. Pretty sloppy from my side here. Dagger for 1. And then I tell Ivan that now I am the ninja player because I have two functional daggers as long as I draw a blue, and we're pretty late in the game, so I'm not sure if we go to the pitch cycle, but I might be able to draw a blue every turn. Ivan blocks it for 3. And I'm thinking, do I use it now? And no, since I have Torrential Toxic, I'm just saving it for the giraffe. Here it comes for 1. Yeah, and I have a Torrential Toxic and a Razor's Edge. So I was thinking about sending the Mark of the Black Widow instead. But I think this is correct to just start the dagger pressure. I'm also very happy that I didn't flick the giraffe, as I had drew into the Tarantula Toxin. So Ivan needs to have a defense react and not block it. That's the best way to navigate. So he's blocking for 2, and I'm seeing blood in the water. So I'm going boom, -2, +3. Does Ivan have a defensive reaction? And it's GG! Let's go! Oh, I was very, very nervous. I'm very happy that I got to experience this game with my good friend Ivan here. It was an awesome match. It was interesting commentating a game that I knew I was winning, but I hope it was entertaining for you guys to watch it as well. Don't click off the video yet. We are going to reveal what the gold foil is, and we're going to show what the judge pack was, which is very exciting. You know, people love to watch this get open. I'm usually pretty sloppy, so let's see if I don't waste too much time opening this LSS envelope. Okay, first envelope. Pretty clean. Oh, he didn't struggle. What a goat! And it's the flip. Boom! And you can hear the people being like, as it's not the best, not the worst. And here Shahid was like, open this on stream. I was like, oh, this is exciting because there's a lot of really good ones in the judge pack. Let's see what we get. Ooh, big Sand State token, pretty cool. And hey! That's one of the best one. The judges, bro, gave me a fist for it. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much to Fab Sweden for allowing me to upload this on my channel. And I hope you see you in one of the tournaments. Bye!